Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its side duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment, vision, integrity, and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest in the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality, and inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Votes and proceedings. 7th August. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Speaker, on page 7, item 36. The Speaker, I was present on Friday, and my name is Mark Absent. On the table of his take note.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. Page 22. Page 23. 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. page 28, page 29, 80, page 31, page 32, 33, page 34, page 35, 36, 37, 38, page 39, page 40, 41, page 42, page 43, page 44, 5, page 46, page 47, page 48, page 49, page 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, and 58. Honorable members, the minutes as corrected are hereby adopted as true record of the proceedings. Item listed for are the commencement of public business, presentation of papers, 4A. Honorable Majority Leader. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your leave and the indulgence of the House, if I could lay the paper A on behalf of the Majority Leader.
A2.
Semi-annual report of the Bank of Ghana on the petroleum holding funds and the Ghana Petroleum Funds for the period January to June 30th, 2020.
Paper is laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. B. Aye. Yes.
Right. Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Minister will lay the paper on behalf of the Minister.
Provided.
The Deputy Minister for Finance will lay the paper on behalf of the Minister for Finance.
Thank you. 4BI.
Small statement by the Audit Committee of the Cocoa Marketing Company Ghana Limited for the period January to December 2018.
The statement is presented and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. I.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of Cocoa Marketing Company Limited for the period January to December 2019.
The statement is duly presented and referred to the Finance Committee for question and report. I. Yes.
Budget performance
Please,
report
let's
in
finish
respect
this
of
at
the
least.
Office of the Head of Civil Service
Let's
for the
proceed
period January
with what we
to
are
June
doing.
2020.
I.
Public Financial Management, Public Investment Management Regulations 2020.
The report is duly presented and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Ivy.
Transfer Price Regulations 2020.
The report is duly presented and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. V. Yes.
I think we, we seem to have laid the V. So what we're laying now is IV. It's
The
IV.
V?
Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Are you feeling?
Mr. Speaker, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Well, very well. The regulations are duly presented and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Just rest of that. Yes, now, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be on my feet for some time now. First, in Roman 1 and Roman 2, the annual statements of the audit committee will go to... Yeah, Roman 1 and Roman 2. That's and I. The annual statement by the audit committee will go to unemployment and social welfare. And then in Roman 4 and 5, the regulations will go to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation in Roman 4 and then Roman 5.
Okay, very well. It's complied with accordingly. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that from II was laid twice, and the rest of them were laid out of place. And that's the attention I wanted to draw.
I have been laid twice.
Yes. And when she read IV. And when you said V, V was laid twice, and the rest of them were laid out of place. When you mentioned III, you read IV.
The table office to correct that accordingly.
Okay.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, Roman 3, I would rightly go to the Finance Committee. From the list, Roman 3 would go to the Finance Committee.
Very well. To the Finance Committee it goes. C, Chairman of the Committee on Defense.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the committee is not around. If we could lay the other
But
papers
is the
on.
report ready?
Mr. The chairman is not here, and I cannot confirm or deny.
All right.
So if we could take the other paper addendum.
If we take motion 5,
No, with the presentation of papers, and with the addendum, we are presenting papers. So if we could take that, yeah, then we'll come back to the
Unfortunately,
main,
I've
because
not-
it's the presentation of papers.
order, I've not received the addendum yet.
Table office.
I've not received any addendum. Majority leader, no. On the addendum paper, item listed 4, A, Minister of Finance.
Request for waiver of stamp duty amounting to 962,500 Ghana cedis on debenture covering an amount of up to $150 in respect of term loan facility agreements between Credit Suisse AG, London branch, and the Ghana Export-Import Bank.
The paper is duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. B,
Budget performance report in respect of the National Insurance Commission for the period January 1st to 31st December 2019.
The report is duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Mr.
Once again, this will go to the Committee on Employment and State Enterprises.
Chairman, you are now warding things off. Oh, very well. To the Committee of Employment. C. Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if the Minister for Works and Housing lay the paper on behalf of the
Minister for Works and Housing, please.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Health for the period January to December 2019.
Duly presented and is referred to the Committee on Health for consideration and report. D.
Mr. Speaker, if he could do same Minister for Communication, the Minister for Works and Housing could do same for the Minister for Communication.
Yes, please.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Communications for the period January to December 2019.
The report is duly laid and is referred to the Committee on Communications for consideration and report. E.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana West Municipal Assembly for the year 2019.
E. Let us finish with what we are doing. You can break other things later. E. I. Minister for Local Government and Rural Development.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana West Municipal Assembly for the year 2019.
The paper is duly laid and is referred to the Committee on Local Government for consideration and report. I. E.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Mpoho District Assembly for the year 2018.
The report is laid and is referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and report. I.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Mpoho District Assembly for the year 2019.
The report is duly laid and is referred to on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and report. IV.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Adansea District Assembly for the period January 1st to 31st December 2019.
The statement is duly laid and is referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and report. V.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Bepai Municipal Assembly for the period January 1st to December 2019.
The report is duly laid and is referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development. VI.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee for the Sopori Mampo Municipal Assembly for the period 1st January to 31st December 2019.
The statement is duly laid and is referred to the Local Government and Rural Development Committee for and report. VI.
annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ashanti Regional Coordinating Council for the year 2018.
The report is duly laid and is referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and report. Now, yes, is there any issue? Issue resolved. Sometimes some of the problems dissolve within of time. Can we move on to F on the addendum? Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the Deputy Minister for Education will lay the paper on behalf of the Minister.
Very well. Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Education and those of its agencies, 21 colleges of education, 7 technical universities, and 7 other agencies for the period 1st January to 31st December 2019.
The statement is duly laid and is referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report. Item 32, motion. Honorable Minister for Education. Or, yes. The Honorable Minister for Education.
Speaker, my information is that the Minister wants to come and move the motion. But since it's not here, we can go back to the original order paper and start with item number.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I crave your indulgence to move the motion number 5. That this House adopt the House report of the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development, the African Union Charter on the values and principles of decentralization, local governance, and local development. By doing so, I want your good office and the Hansard the report as fully read, whilst I read the conclusion and recommendation. The committee recommended that, considering the similarities between the African Union Charter and the values and principles of decentralization, local governance, and local development of Ghana's legal framework on decentralization, and the fact that there are no burdensome financial commitments on the part of Ghana in respect of accession to the Charter, the committee recommends to the House to ratify the Charter in accordance with Article 75(2) of the 1992 Constitution. Respectfully submitted.
Yes. Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to support the motion, to second the motion of the report of your committee on the Africa Charter on the values and principles of decentralization, local government, and local development. Mr. Speaker, the decided that the country adopt the chapter because most of the issues raised in the Charter are issues that are already being implemented by the Ghana government in terms of local governance and decentralization. And during the committee observation, Mr. Speaker, it was realized that the committee further observed that Article 7, 14, and 16 of the Charter are on resources mobilization and local economic development and transparency, on and accountability, ethical behavior, and efficiency. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, these are issues that which are already being handled by the local government system in the country. Mr. Speaker, it was also that the principles of representation was also something which is already being practiced in the country. And for that matter, there was a need for the government to rectify the charter. The committee also noted, Mr. Speaker, that there's no any financial obligation by the country, for which reason there was no problem ratifying the chapter, because the minister told us that in the budget consideration, in our budget for 2020, it has already been captured that all the issues raised in the charter are already being implemented and budget allocation made for it. So, Mr. Speaker, the committee unanimously agreed that the charter be ratified. On this note, I thank you for the opportunity to support the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes. Leadership. And shall I put a question then? All those in favor? Yes. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, the AU have adopted the African Charter on Values, Principles and Decentralization, Local Government and Local Development. It was signed by most member states, but not ratified by just about 8. The ministry was called upon to work on it for the ratified. It was sent to cabinet. Cabinet has approved, brought to parliament. Parliament committee has worked on it. Mr. Speaker, the key values is to ensure that there is a common understanding and vision of what is decentralization and local governance among member states at the AU level, and to also establish a continental monitoring system so that nations will be called to live up to their promises and live up to their local provisions on decentralization, and also to start sharing of knowledge among member states on the issues of decentralization and local development. Mr. Speaker, as has already been stated, Ghana is in the forefront of decentralization, and most of the values and principles elaborated are being practiced in Ghana. The issues of subsidiarity, equality, participation, and representation. There's also a focus on resource mobilization and local economic development, with a lot of taxes and rates have been ceded to the assemblies to afford them the opportunities for effective resource mobilization. And the Ministry of Local Government is working with them, providing training and software to enhance revenue mobilization program of the district assemblies. In addition, monies transferred from district assembly common fund and monies transferred from our performance-based conditions grants to various district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, they also focus on issues of spatial differences. With the inauguration of the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority at the regional and district level, there's a new focus in Ghana on developing our spatial plans in this regard. Mr. Speaker, all the issues elaborated here are in tandem with what the government of Ghana is doing for effective implementation of decentralization in local development in the country. And therefore support and pray that will approve the committees for us to move on to go through the necessary processes to ratify this document and to make it part of our own. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Pepo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report and to say that the thematic areas identified by the report, being decentralization, local governance, and local development, are very key to the real implementation of local government policy in any government. Essentially, Mr. Speaker, this is in line with the Charter's own commitment to ensure that democracy and local governance thrive in Africa. And the Charter is enjoining all our countries to democratize and to ensure development starts from the top and goes down to the African people at the grassroots is essential. And also the fact that this is also inconsistent with two key documents of our development policy. First of all, the Constitution is in line with the provisions of the Constitution and also in line with the government's consolidated program of economic and social development policies. Shows that Ghana is already on track in implementing the essence of this charter. And I would encourage the local government ministry not to see this one as just a ratified document, but to see it as a blueprint in our effort to fully implement the local government policy that cuts across all Africa. And that ensures that the people, the Ghanaian people, have access to the funding that comes from the consolidated fund, from their sweat, from their taxes. In essence, it shows that we will be working for our people, not just to work for the top. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the report.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the report being presented by the Local Government Committee. Mr. Speaker, on the African Charter for Values and Principles on Decentralization, Local Governance and Local Development. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is the right thing to do, because if you take the report, it is stated that already Ghana is effective these same values about values on decentralization, values on local governance, and values on local development. Speaker, I believe that if you take 7 points, that is one area that I believe that as a country we should go to energize ourselves to effect it as well. So, Speaker, recently tried to go for a referendum to enable political participation at the local level and the election of district chief executives. So, Speaker, it's only in this country that I see that the people have the power to elect their president, they have the power to elect their members of parliament, they have the power to elect their assemblymen, but they don't have the power to elect their district and metropolitan chief executive. So, Speaker, I believe that this is something that we need to work on seriously, because as a unitary state, if we don't devolve and decentralize more and give power to the people, their DC is accountable, I believe that it will not go in a good direction. In fact, it is very, very important that as the Charter states about our values for decentralization, we should be able to give them the power, take their DCs, so that when the DCs work, they can be accountable directly to the people, not to the presidency. Because he lives with the people, he works for the people at that level, and he should be able to work to make a success of their own story. One of the other factors has to do with resource mobilization. We talk about the common fund. we talk about yes, and other funds that gets into the assembly. Mr. Speaker, what we've come to realize is that over a long period of time, the assembly seems to be pampered by the direct transfers of the monies from the center to the local level. I believe that it's time that we take our local economic development seriously, so that there will be more energized companies at that level to contribute taxes, to contribute permits, to contribute other resources for the assemblies to be able to stand on their feet. In fact, the assemblies should also be innovative in so many ways, in investing in companies that are viable and sustainable in their community, in projects that can make them viable. I mean, currently in this country, we have a lot of this cashew project that is going on, a lot of palm projects going up, a lot of the assembly, and the coconut projects. I believe that these are viable projects, sustainable, that assemblies can invest money into them, and therefore they can use that to raise resources to support the work of the assembly, so that members in the community will do well and the communities will have local development. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we support the passage of and rectify this resolution.
Thank you very much. Leaders.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kodo will speak for leadership.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also support the motion and do recommend to our colleagues to approve the ratification of this charter. The Speaker, the charter spells out in great detail what we should be doing when we say that we have decentralized government to the local areas. The issue that came up at the committee meeting suggested that we have implemented most of the provisions in the charter. But, Mr. Speaker, in practice, are we really doing this? It appears that we are centralizing and pushing things still to Accra. We have not fully practiced what we have been, even in the Local Governance Act. According to the charter, I will read a portion which suggests to us that central government shall make sufficient financial allocation to the local authorities to enable them to function at the local level. But we find ourselves transferring assignments to the assemblies without the financial support to be able to implement the assignment that we've given to the assemblies. So I think that we should change gear and make sure that whatever assignment is given to the assemblies, we provide the necessary financial resources for them to be able to execute this. Even when we talk of this local employment thing, payment is done from Accra. When we talk of school feeding program, it is still centralized in Accra. The local assemblies do not have much authority. The funds are held in Accra. So you find out that, yes, we have said that go and do this in the assemblies, but we don't support the assemblies to do what we have assigned them to do. We do not resource the legislators in court at the assembly level to be able to find in their electoral areas. These are all hindrances to decentralization, which we claim to be practicing. And I think that unless we give specific attention to resourcing the assemblies properly, we may not achieve results. We are talking of a common fund going to the assemblies, but even the common fund, much of it is centralized in Accra. The percentage that goes to the assemblies is very small. We've not attained even 50% disbursement of the common fund to the assemblies. These are all bottlenecks for implementing the decentralization concept. So even though we find the charter to be very appropriate. We need to back it up with the resources necessary for the assemblies to function. Mr. Speaker, we also find out that that was adopted way back 2014, but it is only now that it's coming before this House. And we understand that about 6 countries have ratified it. I don't know what we can do to make sure that many more countries ratify this so that we can use it as an operational tool for decentralization. With these words, I also recommend once more that we ratify the concept, but up to its practical implementation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to make a few remarks about the report of the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development on the African Charter on the values and decentralization, local governance, and local development. Mr. Speaker, the committee has predicated the consideration of the referral on Article 35(6) of the Constitution, which provides that the state shall make democracy a reality by decentralizing the administrative and financial machinery of government to the regions and districts, and by affording all possible opportunities for the people to participate in decision-making at every level of life and in government. The Speaker, the committee again refers us to the imperatives of Article 240, which provides that Ghana shall have a system of local government and administration which shall, as far as practicable, be decentralized. Mr. Speaker, the committee makes an observation, and they refer us to the Articles 7, 14, and 16 of the Charter on resource mobilization and local economic development. Speaker, our own Constitution in Article 240C provides that there shall be for each local government unit a sound financial base with adequate and reliable sources of revenue. The operative words are a sound financial base with adequate and reliable sources of revenue. Since this Fourth Republic, if we must ask to ourselves, what resources have we been providing to the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies? Are they sound? Do they constitute sound financial base? Are they adequate? Are they reliable? Speaker, to all intents and purposes, what we have been doing, really, is in violent breach of Article 240(2)(c). The Speaker, the language of the Constitution is this, that there shall be established for each local government unit a sound financial base with adequate and reliable sources of revenue. Who has the charge to establish that? In my view, it is Parliament and the Ministry of Local Government. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we haven't done that. We haven't done that. So I believe we should be pointing accusing fingers at ourselves. We should combine effort to ensure this. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, with respect, all the talk about decentralization will come to naught. Educate not because we are not providing them with adequate and indeed sources of revenue. And many of them are just surviving, dependent only on what applications that are made and transmitted from central government. Without that, they cannot survive. Mr. Speaker, I believe we should, at this critical time, be able to fashion out a structure that will enable the various MMDAs to be able to survive on their own, with or without the common fund. The common fund should be just a supplement. They themselves should be able to survive. And I'm saying that it is for Parliament and the Ministry of Local Government to come together, the Speaker, to provide this. The Speaker, Article 247 provides qualifications for members of the District Assembly. What have we done about that? Mr. Speaker, we have not really, as of yet, since 1993, not come out with any formulation to fight the eligibility and qualification criteria of the Assembly members. It's for Parliament to make that determination. 28 years on, nothing has been done. So, Mr. Speaker, we have all manner of people going to the assemblies. I think, just like there's a minimum qualification and eligibility criteria for members of Parliament, we should design same thing for the Assembly members. 28 years, nothing has been done. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to refer to Article 250. And 250 provides the emoluments of a district chief executive of a district assembly shall be determined by Parliament and shall be charged on the consolidated fund. I do not know whether as is done for us in Parliament every 4 years, whether this is done every 4 years by a Parliament for the assemblies, or whether it's a once and for all determination by a Parliament. If that is so, then we should also link it up to the imperatives of 71. That, in that case, it should also be a for all establishment. I think that we can't pick and choose. The Constitution provides that in Article 71, this determination must be done by a committee appointed by the President. The President do so every 4 years. And it is made for the Assembly members, and that is all. Can it, that is the MMDC. Is it the case that we should be affected by Article 271? The Speaker, Article 250 sub 2 provides the emolument of a presiding member of a district assembly and other members of the assembly shall be determined by the district assembly and paid out of the assembly's own resources. Mr. Speaker, this is institutional provision. Of late, we are hearing of presidential aspirants saying that, vote for us, we will come and make provision for you and pay you. Where are you going to get the money from? Mr. Speaker, it cannot be done by any president. That promise cannot be done by any president. To the extent that we have Article 252, that has not been amended. Mr. Speaker, so to the extent that it is not been amended, no presidential candidate can go about making this. Amend it first. If you want to amend it first. You cannot jump the cart and say that, vote for me when I'm going to pay you. Where are you going to get the money from? Mr. Speaker, we should be serious with ourselves as a nation. We should be serious with ourselves as a nation. So Mr. Speaker, the president cannot change the constitution. It's us in Parliament.
Minority Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is misleading this House. Mr. Speaker is misleading this House because a number of times we've seen the Minister of Finance come to this floor and during budget presentation, make announcement about taxes. And after he has done that, then he later comes to amend the law to what he's saying. So to claim that you have to change the law before you make a pronouncement is not right. He knows that. Many times through the State of the Nation, the president comes to make pronouncement, and the budget and sometimes laws are amended to accommodate what he's saying. If he doesn't believe in what somebody is promising, that one is entitled to himself. But to say it cannot be done. Remember, Article 250 is not an entrenched clause. And even entrenched clauses are changed sometimes through referendum. So don't create an impression that those things cannot be changed. You don't believe in it, stay with that. But don't say it cannot be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, to the extent that many parts of the Constitution could be amended, then everybody should go about making it. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the first port of call is amending the Constitution. And it's not them who amends the Constitution. So you can't go, and the Constitution is not a mere statute. You can't go about making promises when you have not amended, when the Constitution has not. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, you will be going against the Constitution that you have sworn to uphold. If you say that when I come, I may cause an amendment to the Constitution to effect this. But when the Constitution has not been amended and you go about making promises outside the Constitution, with respect, that is constitutional. That is unconstitutional. And it will tell about who you want to entrust the operation of the Constitution to. Mr. Speaker, with this, I conclude my remarks. Thank you very much for the opportunity granted.
And a conclusion of the debate. All those in favor of the motion number 5 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Resolution. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence to make a statement, one or two sentences before I move the resolution. Mr. Speaker, I still heard you.
Honorable Minister.
Yes.
You are moving resolution list number 6.
Mr. Speaker, I'm craving your indulgence to make one or two sentences before I move on.
Very well.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, it's been said by one of the honorable members that all the principles and values that we have been reported that we have implemented them. That's not the case in Ghana. I just want to state clearly that decentralization is a process. It's not a start and end event. So when we say we are implementing them, we haven't said we've completed. It's a process. We're in the process of implementing decentralization. And I would dare say that we have significantly improved of decentralization in the country. Mr. Speaker, the statement was also made that less money is transferred to the district assemblies. I want to state that in 2016, 33% of the allocated district assembly common fund was net transferred to the districts. By 2018, we have improved to 50%. So this is worth recognizing. We have improved net transfer to the district assemblies by 30%. And for payment of salaries or otherwise of district assemblies, Mr. Speaker, the assembly members are like a board, and they are part-time workers of the district assemblies. Part-time worker cannot be paid from the consolidated fund. We can look at possibilities of direct transfer funds from common fund for development projects, but part-time workers cannot from the consolidated fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item number 6 on page 13 of today's order paper be adopted by this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
I rise to second the motion, but it is on page 3, not 13.
Other members, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion for adoption of the resolution is adopted accordingly. Item 7.
Mr. Speaker, if we can go back to the addendum order paper and deal with item number 32. Item number 32 on the addendum order paper.
Item 32 on the addendum. Motion. Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move item number 32 on today's addendum order paper. Motion that the Akintin Apia University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Bill 2020 be now read the third time.
Thank you very much. Who seconds?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairman, any difficulty?
Mr. Speaker, there are only two items on the order paper addendum. Yes, there are only two items, and those two items should be listed as items and 2, and not 4 and 32.
Honorable, what are you? Honorable,
There are only two items.
You are taking us off tangent.
No, Mr. Speaker, he moved the motion listed 32. And on the addendum order paper, there are only two items, which should be listed as items 1 and 2. The first one is listed as item 4, and then the second one is listed as item 32. Yes, but what is here must be correct for it to be read.
For avoidance of error,
it should be.
We are dealing with motion 32 on page 2 of the order paper addendum. It has been duly moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to establish Akintin Apia Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development provide for related matters.
The Akintin Apia Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development is duly read the third time and passed. Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we now go back to the original order paper. Deal with item listed as.
Listed 6.
No, Mr. Speaker, we're just taking 6. Mr. Speaker, item 20.
Item
28.
Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes. I beg to move.
Just a moment, please.
Yes.
I'm waiting to get. You are reading from page.
I'm reading from page 17.
Page 17
of the main order paper.
page 17 of the other paper.
Yes.
Item listed
28. Motion.
Motion 28.
That is all.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the Real Estate Authority Bill 2020 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, in activating this process, I wish to state that the passing of the Real Estate Bill 2020 will provide the legal regime for real agencies, the conduct of real estate practitioners, commercial transactions in real estate, including the sale, purchase, and rental, and leasing of real estates, as well as other estate transactions. Honorable Speaker, it is a statement of fact that the real estate business has the following inadequacies among others. One, the lack of appropriate internal control mechanisms, no guards to help the business, zero training, no audit systems, and a non-existent tax regime. With respect, these are the factors that give oxygen to the criminal and nefarious activities in that strategic sector of the economy. There is therefore the need to regulate the real estate agency services to rid the industry of laundering of illegal income and tax evasion so as to minimize the effect of these vices on the national economy and the national image of our dear country. Additionally, Ghana, as signatory to international conventions on corruption, including African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption and the United Nations Convention on Corruption, needs to adhere to international standards for the prevention of money laundering. In this regard, an international action group against money laundering in Waka, a specialized institution of the Economic Community of West African States, which is responsible for the prevention and control of money laundering and terrorist financing in the West region. In the typology report published at Ghana's assessment for compliance with the Financial Action Task Force 40+9 recommendation in 2009 identified the real estate transaction as an avenue to launder money. Right, Honorable Speaker, the bill, when passed law, will bring the army of estate agents into the tax bracket, even as they discharge their tax obligations in accordance with Article 41E of the Constitution under the directive principles of state policy. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I would like to quote Article 41E of our Constitution. The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen to declare his income honestly to the appropriate and lawful agencies, and to satisfy all tax obligations, unquote. Right Honorable Speaker, in this regard, I wish to invite the House to deploy our energies for the passage of the Real Estate Bill 2020 into law. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for your kind indulgence.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, I support the motion.
In reading your report, I want the answer to capture the whole report as been read by entities. And since most of us have the report, I'll read the purpose of the bill, the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill is to regulate real estate agency practice, the conduct of real estate agencies practitioners, commercial transactions in real estate, including the sale, purchase, rental, and leasing of real estate, as well as other real estate transactions. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee, having thoroughly examined the bill, recommends to the House to adopt its report and take the Real Estate Agency Bill 2020 through all the stages subject to the proposal amended. So submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion ably moved by the Minister for Works and Housing. Mr. Speaker, this bill was laid during the last Parliament. Unfortunately, we couldn't see a day of light, and I'm particularly happy that it has been brought back and the Ministry is working on it. Mr. Speaker, the Real Estate Agency Bill, when passed into law, Mr. Speaker, will support the process of transaction within the real estate realm. Mr. Speaker, we know agents, as we call them, real estate agents, who go about, collecting from people during the transaction, from a buyer and a seller, either commercial transaction or private transaction. But these monies do not account for the transaction. The bill seeks to regulate any real estate agency transaction that is either from a buyer to a seller, which will be regulated and to pass to a registry. So everybody will know that transaction has been done on a property, either commercial or private. Mr. Speaker, the bill also seeks to license real estate agents. And in fact, you have anybody at all calling himself a real estate agent who will not be trained as per international norms. Now this bill seeks to license people that before you can become a broker or an estate agent, you must be licensed by the council. You are given a certificate that you cannot transact real estate business in Ghana if you are not licensed. It is not only in licensing, Mr. Speaker, the bill also seeks to train them. So you have to take a course, like any professional course, like a lawyer or a surveyor, you'll be trained. You'll be taken through tax law, you'll be taken through economics, you'll be taken through land law, you'll be taken through all other courses that will make you a professional real estate broker. So that when you have a deal to do, you know exactly what you are doing. In the past, we've been hearing stories of real estate agents who takes money and run away. They take money from a buyer and run away. But now, as we pass this bill, it's a thing of the past. One of the things that this bill seeks to do is also to regulate. If you look at the real estate process, you notice that money laundering passes through that process. But this bill seeks to regulate that any real estate transaction will have a registry that will register the transaction. So money laundering will be things of the past. It will also seek, Mr. Speaker, to regulate the act of giving physical money, exchange of money from person to other. It has to go through financial system. So that is also taken care of. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this bill so that we can pass it before we rise. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Abuja.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee of Works and Housing on the Real Estate Agency Bill 2020. Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity to worked with the committee in the last parliament. Unfortunately, we were not able to pass it into law. I think the late hour introduction of this bill again, and I can see the majority leader smiling, I fear the potential of this suffering the same. Mr. Speaker, this bill is extremely important, as said by the Minister and my colleague. Today, anybody looking for accommodation to rent is at the mercy of a practitioner calling him or herself an estate agent. We don't have any law backing what they actually do. This bill is intended to put a legal regime together to, first of all, as my colleague said, to have a certain category of people who can be called real estate practitioners. Mr. Speaker, I encourage colleagues to pay attention to the bill when we come to consideration. There may be controversies as to what the definition of who a practitioner is. In my view, it has become a time lawyers and a few players who think this should be a preserve of for themselves. I still believe in jurisdictions that this works better. The various forms or the various documentation that you require to do this transaction can be bought off the shelf, because lawyers have already prepared this. So if you want to rent your house, maybe if you are in the UK, you can go to WH Smith. You can a pack which you want to, you can use between yourself and the vendor. Mr. Speaker, the other thing to talk about is the fact that this will make it more transparent. If you have property that you want to let out, both the owner and then the person renting will have the backing of the law. So nobody pays money and then the landlord decides that maybe nothing happened. You want to leave and he says that the deposit you pay cannot be refunded to you. Many people think that when you pay deposit, it is a gift to the landlord, but it's just to guard or to protect the landlord against damages in case the life of the tenancy did not expire and then to leave. But sadly, sometimes those who rent are unable to access this money when they want to leave. Mr. Speaker, this could potentially create decent jobs and sustainable jobs in our communities. The only thing we need to guard against when we are making this law is to ensure that this law is not an Accra Kumasi law, in a sense that we create an entity where only people in Accra and Kumasi or the big cities are thought of. I'm sure there may be somebody in Adaklu also who would like to rent a chamber and hall. This law should be able to reflect on the wider population instead of the already almost formalized communities in our country. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I commend the Minister for introducing this bill, and I will encourage the leader of government business, the majority leader, to do his best to support the House to pass this law before that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Leadership, final debate. Two contributions, one from each side. Majority and minority, decide.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that the Real Agency Bill 2020 be read the second time and passed into law. And Mr. Speaker, just my first observation was I commend the Minister for this initiative. This will contribute to our quest as a country to combat corruption and the use of real estate institutions and persons associated with real estate who engage in the unacceptable and unlawful practice of money laundering in the name of real estate. But Mr. Speaker, may I draw your attention to page 2 of the committee's report, and just to make some observation. The paragraph reads, further, a glance at the real estate business shows inadequate internal control mechanisms, policies, training, and system, among other things, which make the sector attractive to criminals. Attractive to criminals. I find that very strong. We'll be creating an impression as if the real estate sector of the country is one plugged with criminals. Yes, there is associated fraud, and we want to fight fraud associated with non-disclosures or in disclosures, but the use of the strong word by the committee chairman, sometimes even you must qualify it. A section of practitioners in real estate are those who engage in those fraudulent practices. There are genuine, law-abiding, legitimate businesses in real estate who already make the declarations that we are seeking to do. Mr. Speaker, it was heartwarming to hear the minister in moving the motion to remind us of our commitment to the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption and the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. We have gone the extra mile as a country to domesticate some of these legislations. But, Mr. Speaker, as I have repeatedly observed, laws alone is not sufficient to fight corruption. Bribery and corruption are the victimless crimes. So because it has no victim, both giver and receiver benefit from the transaction, and therefore it's difficult to deal with. But as has been argued, the minister and supported by the committee's report, this will throw some light on the activities of it. My final comment, Mr. Speaker, in supporting the motion is for the minister. We will need to have a national conversation on the real estate regime in Ghana generally, and particularly even with the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Employment. One of them must provide leadership. The workers of Ghana, whether parliamentary service, judicial service, legal service, their bane is access to shelter, accommodation. Every time you hear paying those huge sums of money, it's because the states have not provided for it. And I'm just the speaker because when the minister is moving the motion, reference Article 41, himself a respected lawyer, he knows that visions under the directive principles of state policy, each of it is not justiciable. I can claim a right. I have a right to housing. I have a right to shelter. I have a right to employment. But these are not rights that you can enforce in a competent court. So we should take a more serious look at it as a country. Because when you see people earning income, the Ghanaian workers sector, they earn income, but their income is not enough to, Mr. Speaker, for instance, you have initiated something for the parliamentary service which is engaging at the level of estate, because you appreciate that their income cannot allow them to own mortgage properties. What are we doing so that workers can comfort using their income as collateral guarantee in order to aspire to own homes? With these comments, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Thank you very much. Any comment, majority leadership?
Speaker, just to make a few comments. First, Speaker, this bill is about real estate agents and how to regulate the activities of practitioners. Mr. Speaker, the search of practitioners in the industry attributable to the fact that there is a huge deficit in housing. That is at the heart of this. If abundance of housing stock, certainly the number of the people who operate in the industry is going to dwindle. At the heart of it is the recognition that there is a huge deficit in housing. The minister knows that on a yearly basis, the deficit increases by a figure of not less than 80,000. 80,000 houses. Over the past 20 years or so, we've added to the of deficits, and today various figures are quoted. Sometimes they quote 1.1 million, 1.2 million, sometimes 1.5 million, other times it's 2 million. I don't know which really is the figure, but the fact is that there's a huge deficit in the housing stock. That is why people, all manner of people, feel encouraged to go into the. The second is the fact that even the accommodation, residential facilities that are delivered to the market every year, about 98% is owner-occupier structure. About 98% is owner-occupier structures and not rental accommodation. Mr. Speaker, the average worker looking for accommodation in this country to rent is looking for rental accommodation and not owner-occupier structures. So we can the stock of housing that we deliver to the market every year, the 40 or 50,000 that we are able to deliver to the market every year, 98% owner-occupier structure. So we are increasing the stock of deficit hugely every year. Mr. Speaker, so that is the second matter that we should consider. The third matter, the delay of housing in the industrialized economies is at the instance of local governance. The local governance structures, they deliver the housing. Here in Ghana, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what we're doing. We just went through a motion that dealt with the ratification of the African Charter on improvement in our local governance. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of local governance is ensuring, as our Constitution provides in Article 36 2D, that the state shall in particular take all necessary steps to establish a sound and healthy economy whose underlying principles shall include, the Speaker, and 2D provides, undertaking even and balanced development of all regions, and in every part of the region of Ghana, and in particular improving the conditions of life in the rural areas, and generally redressing any imbalance in development and urban areas. The few housing that we're able to deliver, they are in the district capitals, they are in the regional capitals. The rural environment is left to deteriorate further. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, the schemes that used to operate, the roofing schemes that operate, save the housing stock in the rural areas, are no longer in operation. The war protection schemes that used to exist are no longer functional. So on a yearly basis, you visit the rural environment, the rural settlements, and you see the havoc erosion is causing to the stock of housing there. Mr. Speaker, so the minister, in addressing these matters, should factor this. Land ownership. Land ownership is another major problem. About a week or so ago, we were able to craft a land bill. I want to believe that it's going to assist the minister in dealing with the ownership of once and for all in this country, to enable those of them who want to build residential facilities, many of them their own, be able to do so. Mr. Speaker, with this, I add my voice to the subject matter before us and to urge the House to conclude the consideration of this bill as early as possible, space permitting. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favour of the motion number 28 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Act to establish a real estate agency council to regulate estate agency practice, commercial transactions in real estate, including the sale, purchase, rental, and leasing of real estate and related fixed assets, and to provide for related matters.
The Real Estate Authority Bill 2020 is duly read a second time. The second Deputy Speaker will take the chair at this stage.
Speaker.
The next item, please.
Speaker, we can deal with item number 30. As in item 30.
Item
30, 1-3.
Item 13. Without lunch. Item listed 13.
Mr. Speaker, we are on item 13, which is a procedural motion. And I beg to move that the procedural motion listed as item 13 on page 8 be taken now. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Yes, Chairman. Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Since it's a procedural motion, I put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Are we moving to item 14? Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the motion listed as item 14 on page 8 of the order paper be taken now. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I'll present the committee. Mr. Speaker, what's before the House is a buyer's credit facility agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and Belfast Bank, NV, NKBC Bank, NV, for an amount of 7,150,000 euros to finance the construction of the Power Grant Interchange and other roads in Sekandi and Takrady Townships. Mr. Speaker, the terms and conditions of the loan are presented in the table on page 4 of the report. Mr. Speaker, the project is divided into 2 phases. Phase 1 covers the rehabilitation of 35 kilometers.
Just a minute. In view of the nature of business before the House, I direct that sitting be extended beyond normal time. Yes, Chairman, you may continue.
The Speaker, Phase 2 will cover the construction of the power grant interchange in Takoradi. The budget summary for Phase 1 is given in the table on page 5. The Speaker, furthermore, attached to this report is the list of roads to be constructed under Phase 1 of the project, and it's at the back of the report. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that the financing arrangements will be completed by the last quarter of 2020 and that works will be completed by the end of 2022. Mr. Speaker, the committee was informed that the construction of the power grant interchange was included in Phase 2 of the project instead of Phase 1 because there's going to be the immediate construction of the PTC interchange in the city under the Sino Hydro project, and that combining the construction of the two interchanges at the same time may cause serious transportation difficulties to the people of the city. To avoid such an undesirable scenario, therefore, government has decided to undertake the construction of roads under Phase 1, after which the power grant interchange will be constructed as part of Phase 2 of the project. It is obvious by the time Phase 2 commences, the PTC interchange under the Sino Hydro project would have been completed. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore respectfully recommends to the House this report and approve by resolution the credit facility of 72.15 million euros to finance the construction of the power grant interchange and other roads in Secondary and Takoradi Townships Phase 1. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Yes. Are you rising to second the motion? Yes, go on.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Chairman of the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, the Chairman speak about this project which we believe is very important. The only thing, Mr. Speaker, to start with is the caption of this project talks about power grant interchange. Mr. Speaker, we are not building any interchange under this particular agreement. We are just doing some works around at the runabout. No interchange is being built under this project. So I think that's between the caption and the body of the report. So the Chairman should take note. I don't know when. Well, you lay the report and the caption is the construction of interchange, and I'm saying that we are not building any interchange under this current project. So there's a disconnect between the headline and the body. So take note, Mr. Speaker. A significant part of this work.
Honourable Member, just a minute. We need some clarification on this. Because what we have here is talking about the construction of the power grant interchange and other roads. But you are saying that we are not going to construct any interchange. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Roads, Honourable Eduomi, is here. He knows these things better. So.
I'm raising it because he's seconding the motion. I want to get this clarification before we go on. Yes, Deputy Minister.
Honourable Speaker, the chairman explained it very well, that the projects are in two phases. The first phase is a road in Secondary and then Takoradi. And then the second phase will be the construction of the power grant interchange. He explained that the PTC interchange will also be constructed. Almost at the time that we wanted to do the power grant interchange, and that was going to cause a lot of traffic congestion within the twin city of Takoradi. And therefore, we are constructing the roads component of this particular facility first as Phase 1. The PTC interchange will also be in construction. And it is that as soon as we finish with these roads, the PTC interchange should have also should be at nearing completion. So the phase 1 of this facility is the township roads that will be constructed, and I believe there should not be any confusion about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, what we have, particularly when you look at not just the report of the committee, the conclusion of the report. Okay, if you look at the conclusion of the report, it talks about the committee have examined the contract agreement and certified that the project will have positive impact on the economy of the Twin City in particular and the country in general, and enhance easing up of congestion. Fifthly, the project area unanimously recommend House to adopt its report and approve the commercial contract agreement of €65 million between the government of Ghana, representing the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and Viable Envy for the construction of the Power Grant Interchange and other roads in Sekendi and Takoradi Phase 1. Yeah, that is the conclusion.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm having a different report.
First, we are looking at the financing agreement, not the commercial agreement, and that's for 72.15. So the report in your hands would be a different.
The report in my hands is a wrong report.
That is, yes, that we are looking at item 14 on the other paper, which is the financing agreement.
Well, I don't have that report.
Yet.
Mr. Speaker, the substantive point I made, I thought the chairman and senior colleague, the deputy minister, did explain, and they basically confirmed what I'm saying. I'm saying that under this phase, though the caption is to finance the construction of Power Grant Interchange and roads in Sekendi, Kumasi, whether phase 1 or 2, I am not aware that in this house you will come and pass an agreement for an anticipated project. We are not building any interchange under this phase. So if it's a mistake, let's correct it. Interchange time comes, we'll build it. We are building roads under this phase, and you are saying we are building interchange. If the Committee of Road and Highways come, would we see a construction of an interchange under this phase? We will not, Mr. Speaker. So that is the first thing, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm we are not building any interchange under this phase. Secondly, Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Member, just a minute. We need to clarify this because a motion has been moved, which you are seconded. But you are disagreeing with the main terms. So I don't know, you are seconding the motion that has been moved, but contradicting the terms of the motion that has been moved. That's why I'm looking for this clarification.
This is not the first time. We've had situations where we just need to correct the captions. I am very much aware that the scope of work is known and is accepted, and I'm supporting the motion for that matter. I'm just saying that
when you are to correct it, I have to go back to the chairman to listen to the chairman whether he will accept your proposed correction, because the chairman who is represented here. And that's why I will stop you and then go back to the chairman. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, he would have been right if this was the entire project. This is phase 1 of the project, and it has been rightly stated here that we are constructing the Power Grant Interchange and other roads in the Sekendi Takoradi Township, phase 1. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, included in phase 1 will be some works on the Harbour Road, Power Grant Roundabout, and at the back of this report, you see details of the roads. Even at the interchange, we are doing some work in phase 1. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, in this house, we approved the loan for the Tama Aflao Road, phase 1, but it only covered Tama to Dorinya. It didn't go all the way to Aflao, but we captured the Tema Aflao Road. Which this is to draw the attention of the House to the fact that we'll come back and do phases 2 and 3 of that project. So, Mr. Speaker, this is well situated because phase 2 will tackle the interchange proper. And as a matter of fact, we were ready to do the interchange, save the PTC interchange project, which cannot happen concurrently.
You are in the meeting.
Well, yes, please.
Speaker, I'm happy the chairman said that it reminded me of the fact that we said we were building Accra to Aflao, which is about 170 kilometers. But we did only 17 kilometers up to Central University. We still call it Accra to Aflao. So he's reminding me that under this government it's normal to mention things that are in the future. If he says he's not going to change the caption, that is not a problem at all. I'm just saying that because this is a house of record, under this project, Mr. Speaker, when the committee goes for an inspection under this phase, we shall not see an interchange. But that is not a significant thing. I'm not asking him to change. Mr. Speaker, we are going to do, for instance, Mr. Speaker, if you go to of the committee's report, there's a breakdown of cost there. General items, 7.9 million euros.
Yes, remember, he seconded the motion. Why are you on your feet?
Mr. Speaker, the issue has not been properly resolved because
and so you are rising up to resolve the issue.
Because the issue is, if you turn to page 9 of the committee's report.
Let me second the motion first. If any other issue to raise, you can raise it. But my understanding is that there's a project which involves the construction of the Park Grant interchange and other roads in Sekendi and Takoradi Township. That's the whole project. But the phase 1, the money we are approving, will not be used to construct the Park Grant interchange. The other roads and then the PTC interchange. The phase 2 will now cover the Park Grant. So the phase 2 money is not in the phase 1. And so that is what the project is about. But under that project title, we are breaking it into phase 1 and phase 2. But that is the project title. That's why it's captured that way. That's my understanding. Please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And indeed, phase 2 is not in this house yet. We can only speak to 1. And phase 1 does not have any. Mr. Speaker, on page 5, cost components of this project, general items 7.9 million, roads 43 million. So indeed, as the chairman said, significantly we are doing the road works under this phase, which is a good thing. Relocation of PTs and a total project which is 3 million plus contingencies and other things. Mr. Speaker, I believe these projects, when completed, in addition to some other ongoing projects and the future projects, as the chairman and the deputy minister said, would improve traffic in and its environment. And I believe this is a very good project. Anytime I say we see government procure facilities to improve on roads, to bridges and others, it should be to the advantage of the citizens. It improves our quality of life and makes us better. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I rise to second the motion and also recommend to my colleagues to approve this so that the people of Takoradi, of whom our colleague, the regional minister, is also here, can go home and then talk about how it comes in the future. And when the phase 2 eventually comes to the house, we'll talk about that one. But under this phase, nobody should think of an interchange. It will not exist under this phase. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Which of the ministers should take first? The region. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support fully the recommendations of the committee to approve this loan facility of 72,150,000 euros. Mr. Speaker, if you take the conclusions of the committee, it is very clear. It says the committee has thoroughly considered the agreement and finds the project to be immensely important towards improving vehicular movement in Sekendi and Takrady and contributing to the enhancements of road network of the country as a whole. Mr. Speaker, clearly we cannot solve a problem by creating another problem. And I believe that it is very important that this phase 1 is done before the phase 2, which will come up with the interchange. In fact, PTC interchange and Park Grant interchange, those who don't know Takrady too well, where the Catholic churches, we have this particular roundabout to be converted into an interchange. The PTC and they are connected. And therefore, you cannot be doing 2 interchanges at the same time, because the value you want to give to the people of Takrady is to improve the road network and improve movement. And therefore, I believe that is correct. That will do phase 1, and later we'll do the phase 2 of this project using the interchange. Mr. Speaker, if you take the report, you come to realize that value for money on page 8. And I'm very, very happy with the model. The model says that they will be using local materials. And for labor, they will be using about 80% of local people. I'm very happy about it, because the issue of jobs is a major challenge in this country. And every project that brings jobs and brings local jobs are very welcome in the Takrady metropolis. Mr. Speaker, this road project will not only include the main one from Sekendi to Takrady or Takrady to Sekendi. Our own terms, we call it double road. It means that there will be a double road from Takrady to Sekendi. You know that Sekendi is the capital, and the commercial capital is Takrady. And therefore, if you are able to have this road network done properly, we are sure that we can connect the 2 cities very quickly, and people will have ease. Apart from that, this road is also going to have a direct carriage from the roundabout, the roundabout, all the way to the harbor. Mr. Speaker, you know that when it comes to oil and gas and even mining, a lot of all the equipment that comes into the country, almost 90% uses this particular port. And then we also have a dry port outside, just on the road to Sekendi, where we used to call Prime Road. So if these roads are good, then we are sure the movement of goods from the harbor to the inland port that we have in Takrady, which we call, will definitely be enhanced. Going forward, this project is expected to commence the last quarter of the year. And it's good. In fact, it's good news. It's a lot of good news. Yes, it's good news. And I believe that the people of Takrady, Sekendi, and its environs will be grateful to Excellency and Parliament for approving this particular facility. Last but not least, Mr. Speaker, the other roads include the road we call Axim Road. It's basically the road in the SDC yard and the Ghana Water and Sewage. Apart from increasing the lanes to 3, there are going to be pedestrian bridges, 3 of them, across this particular road, Nazim Road. Immediately that is done, all the school children that are on both sides of the road, that is the Air Force side and the Anglican side, we are sure to be safe when parents allow their children to go to school, especially the primary ones. And I believe that in approving this loan by this House, we'll go a long way to the development of Takrady and make it a newer city. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. With other projects coming like this, market circle redevelopment, we are Takrady will be the new Takrady, and the people will be visiting us more to enjoy our city. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favour of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. I believe we now move to item 15. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Item 15. Minister for Finance. You may move for the adoption of the motion.
The Minister for Monitoring and Evaluation, the Minister of Finance.
Available Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the
Any objection to what the majority leader is saying?
The Deputy Minister has just walked in, so...
The Deputy Minister has just come in. Deputy Minister for Finance for and on behalf of the Minister for Finance. Motion number 15 on the order paper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 15 on pages 8 and 9 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion for the adoption of the resolution numbered 15 moved. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Being a consequential motion, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the resolution numbered 1 on the order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. Let's have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Item 16 on the order paper, motion. Chairman of the Committee for Finance.
Sir, the item 16 is a procedural motion. I beg to move that the motion listed as item 16 on page 10 be taken now. I so move.
Seconder.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to item 17. Chairman of the committee.
Sir Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as item 17 on page 10 of the order paper be taken now. Mr. Speaker, I will present highlights of the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, what's before the House is a term loan facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and BMC Bank International PLC and Global Loan Agency Services Limited for an amount of 60 billion euros to finance the design and construction of 3 bridges over Sweet River at Iture, River Ankobra at Ankobra, and the Black Volta River at Dikwe. Mr. Speaker, the existing Iture Bridge located between Cape Coast and Elmina is currently in deplorable state. The proximity of the bridge to the sea exposes the bridge elements to severe weather conditions. Constant splashing water on the bridge elements causes the aggregate of the concrete to undergo chemical reactions, leading to damage to both concrete and steel members. The bridge has severe deterioration of the substructure, resulting in loss of load carrying capacity. The Speaker, the Ankobra Bridge also has severe deterioration of the substructure, which has resulted in loss of load bearing capacity. For the Dikwe Bridge, the Ministry of Roads and Highways, acting through the Ghana Highway Authority, intends to construct a 25-meter span bridge over the Black Volta River at Dikwe on the Laura Dikwe Road. Presently, there is no bridge at the location. The available canoe service on the river does not meet the transportation demand, therefore, and also exposes users to the dangers that come with road travel. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, the approaches to the 3 bridges, as well as the Laura Town roads and bypass, will be constructed as part of the project. The terms and conditions of the facility are as presented in paragraph 4.1 on 11 of the report. Mr. Speaker, in the table on page 9 is a summary of the project budget totaling 65 million euros. Mr. Speaker, the committee respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the term loan facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and BMC International PLC as arranger, and Global Loan Agency Services Limited as agent, for an amount of 65 million euros to finance the design and construction of 3 bridges over Sweet River at Iture, River Ankobra at Ankobra, and Black Volta River at Dikpe. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, motion moved. Yes, Honorable Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion and also make few comments of my own. Mr. Speaker, we are told the terms and conditions of this loan are such that it's a 7-year tenor and then a grace period of 2 years. We are also told that facility is 100% commercial loan from the BMC Bank. In other words, normally the government of Ghana would have to make a commitment to pay back. But it appears we are broke so much that we have to borrow the thing, because if you were to say government should contribute, we might not be able to find the counterpart money, and the project, what we borrow might be sitting there. So the government decided to borrow 100% do this. Mr. Speaker, indeed, there's no doubt about the importance of these trees. We are told how hazardous it is to cross over some of the points currently. So the quicker we can install these bridges, the better for us. The chairman did talk about the use of canoes, things. That is what the situation is currently. But once this bridge is completed, it will be to the long-term benefit of the people in the area, and perhaps a short-term benefit to the Deputy Minister of Roads, Honorable Kabo himself, as he is smiling, wearing a very broad smile on his face as I speak. Mr. Speaker, it's a very good facility. The fact that we are borrowing 100% at commercial rate may make it quite expensive, though. Mr. Speaker, knowing what this would address in terms of infrastructure, I think it's worth considering, and I recommend this to colleagues to support this for the approval of this facility. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads and Highways has, under the leadership of the Minister, adopted a strategy to repair most of the water crossings across this country. From our inventory, the National Bridge Inventory, we have close to about 350 bridges across this country, and about 76% of the 350 bridges are fair to poor condition. This just highlights the importance of the fact that these bridges that have been constructed from pre-colonial days and have outlived their usefulness are pretty much weak, need some urgent attention. It has been the program of the minister to ensure that these bridges across the country are dealt with under a facility, and from the current facility before this House for approval, Mr. Speaker, these bridges will have a lifespan of over 100 years and surely impact economic activity. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you are very much familiar with the Dikpe Bridge, which has been an old bridge in the Upper West region, the only bridge that connects the people of Upper West, our neighboring counterparts in Burkina Faso. The importance of trade between this region of the country and our brothers in Burkina Faso cannot be underestimated. The vehicular movement, the movement of goods and services, and of course the fact that we will be bridging the gap between, Mr. Speaker, we will be bridging.
Honorable Member, why are you on your feet?
Deputy Minister said his brothers, and I know that's his constituency. So when he begins to say his brothers and sisters in Burkina Faso around this time of registration, I'm a bit worried. Has he got brothers and sisters in Burkina Faso? If you confirm he's got brothers and sisters in Burkina Faso.
Honourable member.
We have resisted any attempts by our friends on the other side, our brothers on the other side, to cross over. And I hope that he's doing same on his side, on the eastern border, to make sure that our brothers.
Honourable member, what you just said is not supported by the facts on the floor. But just move on. We have brothers and sisters in Burkina Faso.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, like I said, you appreciate the importance of the Dika Bridge. Indeed, this facility will pass as one of the second largest investment into the Upper West region by this government, and followed by your intervention of the solar project that is currently going on in Kaliu, and one is also going on in the Lora municipality. It is our hope that this House will pass this, and the importance of our commercial trade between our brothers and sisters on the Burkina side, the movement of goods and services, movement will also be improved as a result of this facility. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add that this particular construction of the bridge will also have a major rest stop so that all the vehicles that move from our harbor, getting into the Sahelian part of the continent through the Upper West, will have a rest stop. There will also be facilities to ensure that immigration tolls will be collected, the police, to ensure that safety on that corridor is improved. Mr. Speaker, we look at the bridge at Iture. It's a very important bridge that links the central region to the western region. And that bridge has lived its usefulness. We all appreciate the importance of trade between, or the interaction in terms of goods and services between the western region and the central region. We know that the western region has a lot of logging, forestry going on, a lot of oil, and there are huge trucks that ply that road. And this bridge has been exposed to the vagaries of the weather, and so it has been weakened. And the need for this particular facility to be passed so that this construction can go on. Having said that, Right Honourable Speaker, I think I would like to put behind the Finance Committee and the work of the committee, and also add my voice to the fact that this House should pass this facility for the work to begin as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the report is unanimous, so I'll put the question. Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We move on to the motion on the resolution item 1.8. Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item 18 on pages 10 and 11 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Right, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. This is a consequential resolution, so I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Available Majority Leader, do we move on to item 19?
Mr. Speaker.
Item 19 at page 11 of the order paper. Chairman of the...
Mr. Speaker, the report we have is a 3-in-1 report. There are 2 facilities and a tax waiver. So the procedural motion 19 will be moved together with the procedural motions 22 and 25. The substantive motions would be 23 and 26, whilst the resolutions will be 20, 24 and 27.
Let's take the procedural motion again.
19, 22 and 25.
20,
19, 22 and 25.
22
and 25.
and 25. Yes, you can
And then
go
the
on.
substantive motions 20, 23, and 26.
You can go on.
So, Speaker, I beg to move the procedural motions 19, 22, and 25 on today's order paper.
Procedural motions 19, 20, and 25 move together. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second all those three motions.
Those in favor of the suspension of the standing order say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes. Can we move now to the substantive motions?
Speaker, those should be 20, 23, and 26.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the substantive motions 20, 23, and 26 on today's order paper be taken now. And Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I'll present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the report before us has one Atradios facility of 27.6 million euros, two, a commercial facility of 4.27 million euros, and three, the request for the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 7.07 million euros to finance the construction of pedestrian bridges at hazardous locations in. Sir, the bridges will be constructed at various hazardous locations in three regions. In the Greater Accra, we have one near the pedestrian traffic light at Abekala Pass, one near Tetegu Junction traffic light, one at Wager Junction, the Kanda Highway near the mosque, one at the Ridge Hospital, one at the Okoshiashi Extension, and one near the traffic light at Presec Lagos. Also, the University of Cape Coast, the University of Cape Coast Southern and Central Gate, and the one near the Lorry Station and the Catholic Hospital in Cape Coast. Also in the Ashanti region, one at Opokuwari School, one at the Sofo Line Bus Terminal on the Sunyang Road, the SDA School on the Western Bypass, and the SDA Hospital on the Sunyang Road. The Speaker, the terms and conditions of the Atradios facility and the commercial facility are given in table on page 5 of the report. The Speaker, furthermore, the tax assessments as carried out by the Ghana Revenue Authority are given in tables 3 on page 5 and table 4 on page 6 of the report. Furthermore, details of the project costs are in table 5, page 7, totaling 28.5 million euros. The Speaker, the committee was informed that under the terms and conditions of the commercial contract agreement, the borrower is to make all payments under the agreement without any tax deduction. As a result, government is to bear the cost of all taxes and duties associated with the project. Speaker, the committee has satisfied itself and therefore recommends to the House to 1. Approve the Atradios facility of 27.6 million euros, 2. the commercial facility of 4.27 million euros, and 3. the request for waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 7.07 million euros. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Motions moved. Any seconder? Yes, Honourable Member for Ho Central.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. It's a 3-in-1 presentation. First, for the 27 million euros to be borrowed, and another 4.2 million euro also to be borrowed. and then a request for tax waiver of 7 million euros. Mr. Speaker, the committee has considered all these and generally recommend to the plenary for approval. Mr. Speaker, we have the outrageous facility of 27 million to be borrowed, including the cost of 3 million euros, and that represents 12.3% of the facility. Mr. Speaker, the cost of the project itself is about 28 million, but because we've had to add this insurance cover, we are ending up borrowing almost 32 million euro. The tax waiver also 7 million euro is about 22.15% of the total project cost. Now, whilst we have details of the import duties, the items on which duties are being waived, we have the details there. Yet, for the domestic, we just have domestic view. No details are provided. I think we should have gotten the details of the materials and equipment that will be procured locally and the rates attached, just as we've done for the foreign ones. We don't have the details, but it's not that much. We can approve it. Mr. Speaker, I've always been asking for the cumulative amount of borrowing that we've been doing. We came to a point where the minister said, no, he's not thinking of the amount borrowing, but what will be disbursed in the year. But that has not been accumulated and presented to the House. I think we should be tracking that because there is a budgetary provision of 4.3 billion in the 2020 budget, which has even been revised to 4.9 billion. So progressively, we need to be apprised of how far we have gone, whether we are within the budgeted amount or we are just borrowing, we are just on a borrowing spree without looking at what we have provided for in the budget. I think that should be provided to this House to enable us to make the proper decision as to whether we should continue or stop at a point. Mr. Speaker, with these observations, very important observations, second the motion.
Motions moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I also rise to support the motion for the approval of this facility. Mr. Speaker, the project funding is 100% secured for this project. Even for the insurance, it's all been provided for under this facility. So we expect that the project will be unhindered and that it will be completed on time, within a 3-year time frame. So, Speaker, there is a 3-year grace period that will enable the project to be completed and utilized before repayment set in. So I believe that the money is available 100%. And given that we have a 3-year grace period, this project should be available for utilization before the repayment commences. So, Speaker, the all-in cost for this facility, especially for the Artemius one, is 3.85, and the commercial facility is 4.64. This compares favorably
with the one that we just passed, which is about 5.95% all-in cost. So this is competitive, and I think we should go for it. So, Speaker, the last bit about it is the tax waiver. It's part of the commercial agreement. The assessment has been certified as accurate, and then there's also a provision for value for money, and the report indicates that this will be conducted in the course of time. With this words, the Speaker also supports that we approve the facility for these projects to commence. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to support the committee report to approve the facility for the construction of pedestrian bridges at hazardous locations in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the tax waiver, if you turn to page 7 of the committee report, under item 6.4, clearly you know that it's a condition precedent. So if you are not able to waive these taxes, the government of Ghana must find money to make up the difference, which will be an additional cost state. And as my colleague alluded to, the country is broke, said that you can't even find that money to make up the difference. So we need to support this so that we can waive the tax project to be commenced. But Mr. Speaker, the purpose for this very facility is to improve upon pedestrian safety. Mr. Speaker, we put up a lot of work with footbridges, but people are not using them. And by the end of the day, we spend so much money constructing another footbridges and walkways. But the committee report is telling us this time around, the local assemblies, the police should give us the education so that people will know the need to use the walkways and the footbridges. Mr. Speaker, what's the Road Safety Authority? They came before this very house. We gave them the mandate. They took facility to educate the people the need to use the walkways and then the footbridges. Mr. Speaker, they are not using it. Even when the traffic light is on for vehicles to drive on, people just want you to stop for them to pass. And this facility, we've not made any allocation for the local assembly, for the security services, but we are saying they have to take upon themselves to give this. Meanwhile, for the whole 2020, that this assembly common fund, not a single quarter has been released to them. Why do they find money to do this kind of education? They are living on IGF. They are underfunded. And we are saying they should go out and give education people to use the walkways and the overhead bridges. If we want to include the local assemblies, for them to give us this education.
Just a minute. Yes, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Honourable Member of Security has resumed his seat. Is making a statement that misleads. He's made mention of Parliament approving money, National Road Safety Authority, and the authority is not using the money. That is not correct. The National Road Safety Authority has been given a budget, and they are using the budget. On several occasions, we've seen them on marketplaces, advertising and educating us. They are supporting MTTD with gadgets and other equipment for road safety and checking of the roads. And they return to this house their budget performance. And in fact, Honourable Speaker, they are using the money this house approved for them. So for the Honourable Member to say that they've been giving money and they are not using the money, it's actually misleading. Thank you.
Honourable Member, you take that on board.
Mr. Speaker, I made a statement that they appear before this very house. We approve the facility.
I see the Deputy Minister for Finance on her feet. Yes, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side said they haven't received the DACF for this year. That is true. Fourth quarter has been paid, first quarter has been paid. So for him to sit here and say that they haven't received DACF, it's not true. For this year, we have paid what is due us. The second quarter is due by end of August, and we'll make sure that we release that one as well. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, we are in August 2020. Reference to 2020 allocation. And the minister is talking about fourth quarter. Fourth quarter is not due.
Well,
you are referring to 2019 fourth quarter. That's my point.
Usually, the fourth quarter is paid in the next year.
I'm making reference to 2020.
Yes.
That first quarter allocation of 2020. So I'm not talking about 2019 quarter.
Honorable member, she added that they have paid the first quarter for 2020. Is that they haven't paid the second, which according to her is due in August, by the end of August, which they will pay. So that's what she's saying. But your statement was that they haven't paid the DACF for 2020. And that's what she's disputing.
Mr. Speaker, even if the minister, I have no problem doubting her integrity on this matter. Maybe just yesterday they released the money. That one, I'll grant her that. Because over the week, they were complaining that the money has not been paid. Maybe she released the money last 3 days or so. So, Mr. Speaker, even with this, there's no budget allocation for this assembly, this education exercise that we're talking of. We have an authority mandate to give the public the education so that people will know the need to use the walkways and the footbridges. In this facility, if not allocate anything for the disassemblies to undertake this project. So we are saying they should give us those education. And what budget are they going to do this education? That's my concern. So let's allow the institution which has the mandate to do this education to carry out the education. If what the Chamber Committee says is right, then they have their own allocation. They should give us the education. Don't rope in the disassemblies of which we've not given them any allocation. That's the point I'm making. So with these few observations, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a good facility. We need to approve of it and then step up the education and let the people know the need, because about their lives. If you don't cross the road at the right point, get hit by any passing vehicle, you lose your life. And by the end of the day, you go and claim insurance. And we know in this country, third-party insurance, the maximum will be 1,000 or 1,500 Ghana cedis. What can that of money do to you in case even if you lose one of your legs? So at least we need to step out education, let the people right, so that we can also save a lot of resources around this country for hours. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Well, you need to also consider the issue of user-friendly footbridges, pedestrian crosses. You need to look at it. It's not that the people are not educated. I think they are. You see, so we will need to look at all that and find a solution to this problem. Honorable members, I put the question on the 3 motions. That is motion number number 20, 22, and 26. All those in favor of those 3 motions say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Motions numbered 22, 20, motions numbered 22, motions numbered 20, 23 and 26 are accordingly adopted. We now have the consequential resolutions numbered 21, 24, and 27. Minister for Finance. Yes, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolutions captured as item 21, 24, and 27 on pages 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the 3 motions which have been referred to
and moved appropriately by the Deputy Minister for Finance.
Honorable members, motions on resolution 21, 24, and 27 moved and seconded. Since there are consequential resolutions, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the three resolutions, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are accordingly adopted. Yes, the available leader, do we move to item 28?
Item number 7, please.
Item
number 7.
7.
Yes, sir.
Item 7 at page 4 of the order paper. Chairman of the...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So I move that item listed 7 on page 4 of today's order paper be moved today. I move, Honorable Speaker. The Speaker, in so doing, I'll seek an urgency to present the committee's report. The Speaker, I ask the Hazard Department to pick the entire report. Whilst I read the highlights of the report, including the conclusion. The Speaker, the main objective of this project is to reduce travel time and ensure the safety of pedestrians and non-motorized movement. The reduction of congestion being faced by motorists dealing will enhance socio-economic wealth as well as the quality of life of the people within the secondary academies as well as the nation at large. So, Speaker, the scope of work under this facility includes phase 1, the rehabilitation of 35 kilometers of selected routes in secondary and that the list of routes after the Speaker. The assumed routes, Shippers Council Road and the Papa Jasario routes. The scope of work is attached as Appendix 1, the Speaker. The priority routes to be catered for in the project is attached at Appendix 2 as well. So, Speaker, I'll go straight to the conclusion. The Speaker, the committee carefully examine the contract agreement and certify itself that the project will move positive impact on the economy of the Twin City in particular, and the country in general, hence easing up of congestion and bring about a facelift in the project areas. Unanimously recommend to the House to adopt its report and approve the commercial contract agreement of 65 million euros between the government of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and the Viabuild MV for the construction of background interchange connecting Second B and Takrady Phase 1. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by my chairman. Mr. Speaker, the content of this report is clear enough, but just to make few observations. The main scope of this phase is to build roads, not interchange, as we previously said, in anticipation an interchange in a phase 2 yet to be laid before the House. Mr. Speaker, the features of this contract mostly in line with what we've been approving in the past. Significantly, Mr. Speaker, obviously not the first time, this one also came without a value for money report attached. We are told that that be done as quickly as possible. Indeed, it's a condition precedent under this project, unlike the Sino Hydro, which was not happy about those days. We are also told that the contractor or the developers will use about 80% local content in terms of labor and materials. Though when they procure this, they would not pay taxes on them. We are told the Department of Urban Road will supervise this project. Mr. Speaker, though there was a line item for supervision, and there was this argument as to whether when government agencies, federal roads, highways, and so, who are already paid by the state, when we see contracts like this and we see an amount there for supervision, what is it used for? Obviously, we were told that they do sometimes procure services of external consultants because of the volume of work and sometimes speciality of the work. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a regular thing we have been approving in this House. And obviously, when this loan is approved, we are told, depending on when the contract gets executed, 2 months after that, the project will be completed. The projected completion period currently is in 2022. That is barring all other things. When it's executed in 24 months, we should have those scopes carried. Speaker, I think it's a good project with financing part already, which some of us thought was a bit expensive, but in COVID season, I'm sure prices or nothing is ever the same under COVID. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage colleagues to support this motion to approve the contract agreement. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Speaker, we have all agreed that the project title should be the construction of Park Grant Interchange and other roads in Secondary and Takrady Township. The phase one, for me, is the significant point that the phase one involves the roads. And Mr. Speaker, most of the roads within the Secondary Takrady Twin City are in the deplorable state. The situation makes the cost of operating vehicles within the city very high, and the motorists feel very uncomfortable and also unsafe. And that is the reason why the government has taken upon itself to construct these roads in the Twin City. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of surface defects, potholes, depression, cracks, and so on and so forth. Then vehicular traffic within this Twin City has also increased. It's growing at more than 7% annually. And many of these roads are unable to accommodate the increasing traffic volume. These roads, Mr. Speaker, will therefore be widened. And when the Minister for Western Region made his submission, he indicated roads that will be dualized. So we are going to widen most of these roads so that we'll be able to accommodate the increased traffic volumes that we have. Mr. Speaker, these roads are also old. We are also going to strengthen the pavement of these roads so that the heavy hazards that use these roads will be able to be accommodated by the new roads that we are going to build, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are also traffic congestion within the Twin City. It's because the many vehicles are meeting at the same level. The intersections are very small. What we are going to do is to widen these intersections and also provide slip roads so that there will be fast movement of vehicles at the intersections. And those that the volumes are so much that we may not be able to solve the traffic congestion by widening like the power grant interchange or the power grant intersection. We are going to provide grid separated interchange there so that vehicular traffic will be distributed effectively to get rid of these traffic congestions that we have. Mr. Speaker, these roads, when we are able to rehabilitate them, will now bring down the cost of motorists operating vehicles within the Twin City. And I believe that it's a very good thing that the government is doing. And overall, the socio-economic development of the people within the Twin City of Secondary will improve significantly, and it will help business and other services within the Twin City. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I wish to thank and I urge members to adopt the report of the committee.
At the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We move to the consequential resolution.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Item number 8 at page 4 of the order paper. Resolution. Minister for Roads.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution numbered as item 8 on pages 4 and 5 of today's paper be adopted by this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, seconder.
Right Honourable Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion for the adoption of resolution moved and seconded. Question. Those in favor of the adoption of the resolution numbered 8 at page 4 and 5 of the order paper say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted.
Speaker, motion number 9.
Item 9, page 5 of the order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I move that motion listed item 9 on page 5 of today's be moved today. I so move, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, in so doing, I submit your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I seek indulgence and ask the department to pick the entire report. First, I read the highlights of the report. Mr. Speaker, the main of the project. 1. To replace restorated bridges across mainstream rivers and provide improved movement of goods and people within the areas of influence. To satisfy basic human needs by increasing and safeguarding accessibility to hospitals, schools, and social cultural facilities in the breached communities. To contribute to economic development and poverty alleviation. Mr. Speaker, the scope of the work for the design and construction are 1. This consists of the design and construction of 110 meters reinforced concrete bridge to span the channels at Ituri. This involves A. Carriageway of 3.63 meters by 2. B. Shoulders of 0.6 meters. C. Walkway, guardrails, and parapet of 2.0 meters by 2, and approach rate of 900 meters. Mr. Speaker, I want to seek indulgence and correct. It's not 90 kilometers. It is 900 meters approaches. Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, 900 meters.
Meters. 900 meters, less than 1 kilometer, Mr. Speaker. And then the...
Please correct the report.
Yeah, that's 0.9 kilometers. The Speaker, the Ankubra is to design and construct of 230-meter reinforced concrete bridge spanned in river channel at Ankubra. The Speaker, the bridge, the design and construction of 275 meters bridge spanning the river channel. The Speaker, the details is also there. The Speaker, I go to the conclusion. The Speaker, item 7, paragraph 7. The committee carefully scrutinized the contract agreement and is of the view the project will be of immense benefit to the people of beneficial communities and will help reduce travel times and facilitate the transportation of and passengers over crossing points all year round. The project will go a long way in eliminating detours. The committee unanimously recommends the House to adopt its report and a contract agreement between governments of Ghana and the Greener Engine Ghana Limited for the construction of 3 bridges over Sweet River at Ituri, the river and Cobra Blackwater River at Dipe. I respectfully submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Second, yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to second the motion moved by the Chairman of the Committee of Roads and Transport, and also make a few comments of my own. Mr. Speaker, the Chairman is right by correcting the item D under scope of works is 900-meter approach to the new bridge. All the bridges have some amount of work done in terms of approach to the bridge, so that is right. Mr. Speaker, these bridges, there are no doubts on the minds of the committee members that are critical and needed. You are more familiar with these bridges than myself. We are aware of how people need to do long detours currently and sometimes venture to cross in precarious conditions. So these bridges built would obviously improve transportation in the area. Mr. Speaker, once again, the main features of a contract agreement are all present. A few months ago, Majority Leader did ask directly to approve reporting on these things, and I think we should thank him today. Honourable members of the House who were not even at the meeting could take this report and be able to report on what features in terms of design, the benefits, insurance, retention, and other things are all here. Mr. Speaker, once again, this is an EPC turnkey contract. Though sometimes the developers come to the House with value for money, once again, this one is without one, but we are sure that it will be done as a condition precedent before the project starts. I heard my very good friend, my neighbor, the Deputy Minister, say that there will be rest stop. Mr. Speaker, that was a recommendation from the committee. What we have here in terms of scope of work is not clearly a rest stop, because somebody will take a rest stop like Lindador or other things. I don't see reason why government should spend money to build a Lindador. Lindador is a private enterprise that provides services to the public. That is fine. But if this project is providing a space along the way for a private sector operator to take advantage of, that is fine. But I didn't read in the document that building a rest stop. We may be building a side portion, apron, where maybe heavy vehicles can park and rest a bit, but it will not have anything like what we know at Lindador and other things. Mr. Speaker, we are told the This contract allows the contractor to be paid an advance mobilization of 20% of the contract price before the contractor starts work. Mr. Speaker, all the features of an ordinary contract here, and as long as the parties, government and the developer, adhere to it, we have no doubt this will be in line with our expectation, and the committee will follow up cost of the project. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, those in favour of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We move to the resolution. Item 10. Yes, Minister for Roads and Highways.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution numbered as item 9 on pages 5 and 6 of today's order paper as item 10, sorry, Mr. Speaker, on pages 5 and 6 on today's order paper be adopted by this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Any seconder?
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker.
Yes,
I rise to second the motion.
Motion for the adoption of resolution moved and seconded. Since it's consequential, I'll put the question. Those in favour of adoption of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. We move to item 11.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to move the item listed 11 on page 6 of today's order paper be moved today. I so move, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I therefore seek your indulgence to present your committee's report. I ask the Hansa Department, the Speaker, to leave to take the entire report whilst I read highlights. Speaker, the primary objective of this project is to enhance the safety of all road users within the selected capital city by removing all potential conflict between non-motorized transport users and vehicular traffic on the arterial roads network. The specific objective of this project is to locate pedestrian bridges close to critical facilities such as schools, hospitals, and other public places. It is also to limit vehicular and pedestrian conflict with its consequences and implications for the country's resources. Mr. Speaker, the SQUEC. This project involves the construction of 14 pedestrian bridges at hazardous locations, mainly in Accra, Cape Coast, and the scope of work shall include engineering, design, manufacturing, supply, installation of bridges, of bridge superstructure, ramps, and civil works, solar lighting facilities, concrete and landscaping, relocating of utility lines, training and capacity building, and supply of bridge accessories. Mr. Speaker, B on paragraph 5B gives a table that gives the location of these bridges. Mr. Speaker, with this, I move straight to paragraph 7, conclusion. The committee, having carefully examined the commercial agreement and satisfied itself that the project is a safety intervention that will enhance the quality of life, safety of all road users within the selected capital cities. I personally recommend to that adopt its report and approve the contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Department of Urban Roads, Mr. Speaker, and Johnson Bridging International PV of the Netherlands for an amount of €38,580,000 for the construction of pedestrian bridges at hazardous locations in Ghana. I respectfully submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, any seconder. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to second this motion. Mr. Speaker, my chairman has spelled out the scope of works. Mr. Speaker, the few comments I have would be based on the fact that we are all aware that these locations have been christened hazardous locations. Obviously, these are not all the locations, but these are some of the locations we are all aware on the N1, N8, and the rest which require this. Mr. Speaker, it's not as if we are building footbridges, but yourself made a comment earlier. It appears as a country we are not yet able to convince as to why they should cross at designated crossing points if it exists in areas. It's very heartbreaking when you go to places like Kaneshi and others where government spent resources, built the flyovers, even put restrictions in the median to prevent people from attempting. And you see, when you drive past, you see somebody making great effort to scale that at his own risk to cross over. Why does this happen? You made a comment earlier. Is it the case that at the inception of this project, we failed to find out where would be convenient for the public to cross? If somebody is emerging from Kaneshi Market and just want to go to the other side, and the bridge or footbridge is way away from that, the temptation is that, oh, that is too far, I'm going to use. So we should be able to overcome these challenges before we place these bridges. Fortunately, we are told this will be done, though it is not up in any of the items here. My colleague earlier on talked about the fact we should provide resources for local authority to also carry out education, not after the thing has been built. Maybe in other jurisdictions, you'll be able to carry out what we call engagement with users. There could be a situation where the urban roads and the local assembly would engage people in the area, show them the sketch, and this is what we are going to cross. What problem do you have? For people to make an input before it's located. I'm sure if that happens, Mr. Speaker, perhaps we may be able to minimize the situation where we build, spend money, do this, and still people risk crossing at the wrong places and put themselves in harm's way. Mr. Speaker, I think the bridges, if built, obviously would attempt to remedy some of the challenges we had on vehicular pedestrian crossing at some point. We probably need more of this. We hope, as you also said, the design and the locations will play a significant role to attaining the aim and objectives of this project. This US, Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues to support this for the approval of this contract agreement. The Ministry. Thank you very much.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll make it very brief. It is important that the Ministry provides such footbridges for pedestrians to cross. Normally, where our roads run through built-up areas where pedestrian is high, we have to provide these bridges for them. The people not using these footbridges, for me, is indiscipline. Because those who cross, at least they realize that there is something there for them to go over it. But they don't want to use it. It's indiscipline. Kaneshi Market, the ranking member mentioned it. When we did a design and we provided a media, they were scaling. So government will have to spend money and put razor, that razor wire, on top of it to prevent them from crossing. Just some few meters away, that footbridge was there. So, Mr. Speaker, it's the indiscipline. I do not believe that, yes, I agree that we have to do more education. But the people who do this crossing of the roads while the footbridges are there. It's not that they haven't seen the footbridges, but it's indiscipline. People do not want to walk even 100 meters to go for the foot cross. Mr. Speaker, when you travel outside the country, I was in Denmark some years ago.
You should also take on board the fact that those people you are referring to have been walking long distances before they get to the bridge. And so it's not that they won't take a distance to walk. There are people who have been walking long distances. We should be looking at constructing these bridges in such a way that they have no alternative. You see, go out and you see it. How they are constructed, they will have no alternative than from the forest station, you have to pass through and go overhead. There's no alternative. But now we give them alternatives. And because they walk long distance, they get tired, they want shortcuts. And that's why they try to cross over. Take that on board. Don't just say it's only indiscipline.
Mr. Speaker, you are right. You are right that some will have to walk some distances. But before we put the footbridges, we study the pedestrian movement, where people will have to cross. We do not just construct the footbridges in areas, remote areas where people will not use them. We study the pedestrian behavior and movement. Well, Mr. Speaker, the footbridges cannot be every kilometer. It depends on where the pedestrian will have to cross the road, where even the settlements are. Some people, this can issue one certain example. Even those ones on the Adenta Road, where some people were being killed, and government had to find money to make this construction as an urgent project. People still do cross. These footbridges are there. So, Mr. Speaker, will you say that they have walked long distances and they are tired? They are indisciplined. Most of them is indiscipline.
Honorable Member, you don't have to debate me on this issue. The people don't sleep along the road. They walk from their houses to that place. So you are not just talking about along the road. So don't debate me on your point and see where. Well, if you study the behavior of the pedestrians, how come that this behavior that you are complaining about is not captured and solved? That is not the issue. Let's try to have the national discourse and see how we can solve the problem.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think what we maybe have to do again is to do more education. I agree. We will do education, but as I indicated, we do not just put the footbridges anywhere. We study the pedestrian behavior. We study where a lot of people cross the bridge. Will have to cross the road. And Mr. Speaker, these are, as I indicated, are in areas where there is a built-up area, where we also have many lanes. At times you have 3 lanes running with service roads. So about 5 lanes on the other side, where it's not easy for people to cross. So we are appealing to the general public that these footbridges are for the safety of we pedestrians. And therefore, people should learn to use the footbridges instead of risking their lives, because it's shorter when they are going across the road. But if you go on the footbridge, it's safer for everyone, so that the government will not spend money, hospital charges and others. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I urge the House to adopt the report of the committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just 1 or 2 observations. Mr. Speaker, I'm not unmindful of the issue that you yourself raised, in respect of pedestrians having for long distances before they get to where the footbridge is. Tiredness would beckon them to use the shorter cut. Mr. Speaker, I also share in the sentiments expressed by the Deputy Minister that on many occasions it is just born out of the daring spirit of the pedestrians to use the shorter cut. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that yes, we need much more education to fence off the pedestrians from risking their lives and crossing the main roads the way they are seen to be running across the roads. Mr. Speaker, these days increasingly, you see people, they see vehicles approaching, and they are walking leisurely with phones, cell phones, by their ears. A vehicle is coming, approaching, honking, they have scant regard. He thinks that necessarily you must stop for him or her. Mr. Speaker, I believe one way to curing this, and indeed yesterday, on my way from Kumasi, even in the night, around 8:30, 9 o'clock, when I got to Jonte and I was approaching the dual carriage end, the Speaker, people were running. And that place is so dangerous. Close to 9 p.m. I believe, Mr. Speaker, a way to curing this. I agree the concrete medium is one way of dealing with it. What I guess we could do, and I was debating it with my wife yesterday in the night, that we must increase the height, the median. Let's say 1.5 feet. If people cannot scale over them, they will not attempt. Because now the height is, I think, around 3 feet, 3.5 feet. They think they can jump over it.
Yeah.
If the height is increased to about 5 feet, you cannot cross. Mr. Speaker, you cannot cross. It's more expensive, but certainly will protect and save many lives. If the height is increased by a minimum of 1/4, people cannot scale over them. Because these days, you see even women carrying children.
Yes.
He gets there, it's a difficulty for him or her, and he's struggling, but he still thinks that she must attempt to stop over that. If the height is increased by just 1/4, that's because you will see that people cannot scale over them.
Exactly. That was the issue I raised. That we should construct in such a way that we don't give them any option. You see?
The Speaker, whenever you have these concrete medians, the added advantage is that people are afraid to drive very fast close to the median. And the electric poles that are installed in there are also protected. They are protected because people are afraid to be bouncing off the concrete, embankment. So they slow down. So, Mr. Speaker, I think one way of dealing with this, education necessary, but we must increase the medians by a minimum of 1/4, 1.5 feet. And you see that nobody will attempt to cross, apart from perhaps pickpockets would have picked the pockets of people and been trying to use the roads to cover up their identities. Mr. Speaker, I think that is one way of dealing with the matter. And I commend same to the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yeah, Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I just want to make some few remarks as a wrap-up before I take the resolution. Mr. Speaker, while thanking colleagues for their contribution and very useful suggestions, Mr. Speaker, I wish to state and to put on record that what we need in our country is enforcement. Mr. Speaker, my Deputy Minister, Honorable Ediomi, attributed all these references to indiscipline, and I 100% agree with him. The only method, the only
procedure to be adopted to cure this high level of indiscipline is strong enforcement. Mr. Speaker, all of us have the opportunity of traveling outside this country. And wherever we have food wages, new jersey barriers are created and built in the media. Mr. Speaker, has anybody seen, anytime we travel outside this country, that those people there, even including our own nationals, Ghanaians, who travel to these countries, jumping over a new barrier? It does not happen. And Mr. Speaker, let a Ghanaian travel to any of the developed countries today, they will comply all the existing laws in those countries, including not even littering the streets. Nobody will ever jump over New Jersey in any of the developed countries. No, nobody that you see a New Jersey barrier over it. But in our country, people do it with impunity and without shame, and they get away with it. We see it every day, both men and women. Nobody arrests them, and nobody is prosecuted, even though it's an illegal to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I will call for a strong enforcement. The police, of course, cannot be policing the New Jersey barriers 24/7. But if we set examples, it serves as a deterrent to the rest. If people are arrested and prosecuted and strong, stiff punishment handed down to them, I think with time, people will learn. Because no matter what you do, and I value the suggestion of the majority leader to increase the height of New Jersey barriers. Mr. Speaker, I will set one example which came to the attention of my ministry in 2018 on the NY Walkerbush route. Mr. Speaker, the median is made up of concrete at some stretches. Some recalcitrant Ghanaians broke the middle of the concrete, and somebody used to stand on the shoulders of the rope and trying to aid people to cross. Meanwhile, he had used a plywood to cover the place and was telling people, pedestrians who wanted to cross, that he had been positioned there on the authority of the Ministry of Roads and Highways to aid people to cross for a fee. No. And people were paying, and he was aiding them to cross. It came to our attention. We sent people there to try to apprehend that person and get him arrested. But because of the perhaps unethical method they adopted, they created the impression that they had come there to look for that person to arrest. He and bamboozled from the place. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the extent that a Ghanaian could go in our country. So I will end by pleading with law enforcement agencies that all the laws are there. The provision is made, to protect the people. The National Road Safety Authority is doing its best. but you still have recalcitrant Ghanaians who go to every extent of breaking the law and not conforming. We should strengthen the enforcement, and that's the only way we will get our countrymen and women to comply with the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. I definitely agree with you on enforcement, but you were talking about developed countries, and the development is not only infrastructure; it's also in the state of mind, and so we have to work on it seriously. And technology, you don't need to have people physically there directing them, but technology assists them. You are caught, and then you are taken to court, and immediately, within a few minutes, you pay your fine and you are gone. So we have a way to go. We're just trying to see what we can do. It's evolution, movement slowly to get. I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the motion, say aye.
That will be seconded. The motion will be seconded, Mr. Speaker. So I like to second the motion.
The motion was seconded. It was seconded and then debated. I'm now putting the question. I'm now on the motion. We haven't got to the resolution yet. This one is a bookends. I put the question again. Those in favor of the adoption of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion adopted. We now move to on resolution number 12. That's Minister for Roads and Highways.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the resolution numbered as item 12 on page 7 days order paper be adopted by this honorable House, and is on page 7. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I write to second the motion. Thank you.
Motion for the adoption of the resolution and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Being a consequential resolution, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of resolution number 12 on the order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Honorable members, I got the sense the leader of the House and the leader of government business that this is the appropriate time to go on a short pension just for 1 hour. I say 1 hour, which meant that we should be back here by 4:45. 4:45. Honorable members, the House is accordingly summoned. Clause 1.
Application of this act.
We have a proposed amendment to clause 1 by the minority leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have the permission of the minority leader to move this forward on his behalf. Mr. Speaker, clause 1, proposed amendment, subclause 1, opening phrase, delete applies, and insert shall apply. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if you look at subclause 2, it flows from subclause 2, which says, despite subsection 1, this act shall not apply to a development by a finance institution governed by a multilateral treaty or under its open bilateral agreements operating in the country. And so it flows, this act shall apply to, instead of this act applies to. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, motion is moved. Is for the consideration of the House. Yes, majority leader. Or you have...
Mr. Speaker, the chairman is...
The chairman is in.
The chairman is in. So I first want to listen to the chairman. In respect of clause 1.
Mr. Chairman, we just started clause 1. The opening phrase, this act applies to, and the minority leader is saying we should rather say this act should apply to. Because in sub clause 2,
This is the new way of drafting.
I don't know about. I'm for applies. Applies. Sounds a lot more elegant. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. Unless, of course, the chairman who says it's a new drafting style. I don't know whether it's a Koforidua drafting style.
Mr. Speaker, this really is the modern trend. Otherwise, there's no real distinction. Mr. Speaker, that is what is being suggested by the committee chair, is the modern drafting. In any event, the president assents to the bill. The bill applies. So I believe it should rather read this act applies to the Northern Finance Institution, or shall apply. But it applies.
well, I'll put the question. Those who support the amendment proposed by the honorable minority leader, moved on his behalf, say aye. Those who are against, say no. The noes have it. So the proposed amendment is defeated. There's another proposed amendment standing in the name of the minority leader to clause 1. Yes. This time you don't have his authority, so I can move on. You have? Okay. So Roman 2.
Mr. Speaker, Roman 2. Amendment proposed. Clause 1, subclause 2, line 2. Before multilateral, Mr. Speaker, we insert bilateral or. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be, despite subsection 1, this act shall not apply to a development finance institution governed by bilateral or multilateral treaty or under sovereign bilateral agreements operating in the country. Mr. Speaker, the reason is, I have a reason to do that. Mr. Speaker, the reason is treaties can either be bilateral or multilateral.
What about the sovereign bilateral agreement?
Okay, or under sovereign bilateral agreements operating in the country.
Yes.
Yes. So I would have proposed a further amendment to add or multilateral after bilateral inline trade.
What do you mean? Under sovereign bilateral or multi?
Yes. Under sovereign bilateral or multilateral agreements.
What is the difference?
If the first amendment is, that is, if we add bilateral or to multilateral, what that means is that at the end of the clause, we have only bilateral there. But I want to move the first. No, I wouldn't abandon. Mr. Speaker, despite subsection 1, this act shall not apply to a development finance institution governed by a bilateral or multilateral treaty or under sovereign agreements operating in the country. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague Yanabu Shaibu said by saying that he has the authority of the minority to move the amendment. Then he wanted to add another amendment. And I wanted to know whether he was inspired by the minority that to move that further amendment, or that amendment was being moved by he himself. Mr. Speaker, I believe that because of what is the content of 2, what mischief that the minority that sought to cure is already covered. That cure is already covered in 2, in 1-2. So you don't need really to move that amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe my colleague will be advised to withdraw the amendments. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, I believe you can put the question. So we move ahead. Except to say, Mr. Speaker, that because of what is done in 1, that is 1-1, come to 2, we shall have to delete in line 1 the word shall and rather insert does, so that it will be despite subsection 1, this act does not apply.
Mr. Speaker, I will abandon.
You abandon it?
Yes.
All right. Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, and support the further amendment to delete shall and replace it with that.
Sorry. You are now saying we should delete shall.
Yes, and support amendment by Majority Leader that because we use applies to in sub 1, we come to 2, despite subsection 1, this act does not apply to a development finance instead of shall.
So the amendment moved by the majority leader is to delete shall and insert thus. That's what you are supporting. Well, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Chairman, Constitutional and Legal.
Mr. Speaker, this is because in 1-1, the preamble states this act applies, or does apply if you want to put, but the correct expression is this act applies. So in order to bring 1 to be inconsistent with 1-1,
Once it is within the same clause, then it is appropriate to say does not apply to a development so that there will be internal consistency.
Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment to the late shall instead does, say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I will now put the question on clause 1. And the question is that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. They have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Application of enactment.
Yes, Chairman. Roman 3.
Mr. Speaker, clause 2 in Roman 3, amendment proposed clause 1. Delete and insert the following as captured on page 18 of the order paper. Mr. Speaker, this is just a redrafting to make it neater.
Amendment proposed for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to agree up to a certain extent. Mr. Speaker, safe to say that we have been drafting using the word including. So, Mr. Speaker, this act shall be read together with other enactments. And instead of in particular, we use including. This act shall be read together with other enactments, including A, the Companies Act, B, the Anti-Money Laundering, yes, instead of and in particular. The Speaker of late, this is the drafting style we've adopted.
Well, you are preferring further amendment to the amendment that has been moved. Yes, Madam.
Mr. Speaker, even though I appreciate the principle that my colleague, the Honorable Shaibu, is espousing by proffering his amendment, that is the further amendment to, I think in this particular case, we should particularize these three enactments because of the relevance that they have to this bill. So, yes, ordinarily, we will say this act shall be read together with other enactments, including, and then we list them. But these are particular enactments which has relevance to the Government Finance Institutions Bill. So I think the construction there is better. What's been proffered by the committee is better. Maybe if we want to further amend, we can just set related or relevant, so that you read this act shall be read together with other related, or is it relevant enactments that you prefer? Relevant enactments. Relevant enactments, and in particular, then we list those of them provided beneath. This figure, so just that minor addition, other relevant enactments, and in particular, then we list those of them down there.
Well, even if we leave it as it is, don't see anything wrong with it, but you want us to pin down relevant enactments. Yeah, definitely, if the enactment is not relevant, there will be no need to read them together. So I think that we should accept the proposed amendment, Chairman. Well, when you say including, is general in nature, but instead of making it in a general manner, they are drawing your attention to specific enactments you should place on emphasis on. So when they say in particular, I think that should be okay, unless the House says otherwise. Yes, Chairman, Constitutional and Legal Affairs.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think that you are right. That is the import of this proposed amendment, because what it is intended to mean is that in looking at the other relevant enactments, you cannot sidestep these enactments which have been underlisted. So much emphasis has to be laid on A, B, and C. But to say including will make it appear as if it is to be treated as equal important as any other enactment. But that is not the intendment. And I support the chairman's rendition and a further improvement by leader that probably we should insert with other relevant, so that to read this act shall be read together with other relevant enactment. It is not any other enactment, but any other relevant enactment. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Well, honorable members, there's a further amendment proposed by the majority leader for us to insert after other relevant. So it will, this act shall be read together with other relevant enactments and in particular. Those in favor of the honorable Achampon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I just want the chairman to avert his mind to section. I hold in my hand at 930, section 2 of Act 930. If you look at it, it's like they've lifted the same content to this very bill. If you read at 930.21, this act shall read together with the Companies Act 1960, but because of the amendment, here we have 2019, the same thing. And shall not, except as otherwise provided in this act, derive from the provision of this act. And 2 reads, where there is a conflict or inconsistency between the Companies Act and this act shall prevail. So because the Companies Act was mentioned in one, a reference was also made to one. But here the case made reference to 3 laws, which are the Companies Act 2019, Anti-Money Laundering Act 208, and Anti-Terrorism Act 208. If you are saying in any other law, which law are we envisaging here? Because we are specifying the 3 laws that we want to read together with this very act. So why are you expanding the scope to include any other law which we are not envisaging now? That's my difficulty, if you can expatiate on it.
Where you got that from? We are still at clause 2, subclause 1. That's what we're considering now.
Yes.
Yes, but why you said you rather go on to clause 2, subclause 2, and you've added some other things that are not here. So let me put the question on the proposed amendment. Well, what the majority leader proposed is to add in the proposed amendment, line 1, after other relevant in act, not any other. It said relevant in act. Those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman and further amend the majority leader, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes. Honorable Achampon, you can now raise your issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My issue has to do with two.
Two, yes.
It reads, where there is a conflict or inconsistency between the Companies Act 2019 at 992 and this act shall prevail. Meanwhile, we are saying we should read together with 3 other laws under 2(1) A, B, C. So my point is, why are you making reference to only the Companies Act? They were made reference to Act 930, which mentioned the Companies Act and made reference specific to only the Companies Act. But here we've made reference to 3 acts.
Yes, it's a good point you raised. But what is the proposed amendment?
So, Mr. Speaker, my amendment is to include the 3 other laws mentioned under 2(1) A, B, and C.
But if we say where there is a conflict or inconsistency between this act and any other relevant enactment, this act shall prevail.
That will bring out the meaning that I'm trying to convey.
Yes. So that we don't restrict it to only the 3. But since we talked about relevant enactments. Chairman, are you with me? The proposal is where there is a conflict or inconsistency between this act and any other relevant enactment, this act shall prevail. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, Mr. Speaker, it appears that it is an oversight by not amending 2(2), because we have mentioned not only one enactment, we have mentioned 3 enactments. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the provision in 2(2) should be crafted or couched in such a manner that where there is a conflict between this enactment and any other enactment, the provision of this enactment shall prevail. But to restrict it to just the Companies Act will be interpreted to mean that in case there is a conflict between this act and any of the provisions in the Anti-Money Laundering Act, for instance, or Terrorism Act, then what it will mean is that the provisions in those acts, by dint of interpretation, will prevail. But I don't think that is the issue. So probably we'll have to borrow the language.
Yes, that is why I proposed that instead of us repeating the 3 enactments, we just use the phrase any relevant enactment. Where there is a conflict or inconsistency between this act and any other relevant enactment, this act shall prevail. Yes, Majority Leader. So we are not restricted to only these three, but we use the phrase relevant enactment. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that to the extent that we have particularized some enactments, we may have to have a construction that will mirror what obtains in 2.1. We don't have to mention all those enactments, but we can perhaps have a construction which may read where there is a conflict or inconsistency between this act and the enactments,
and any relevant enactment,
and the enactments stipulated in Section 1 of Section 2, or any other enactment, the provisions of this act shall prevail. Because we have particularized, in 2.1, we mentioned these three enactments and any other relevant enactments, and in particular this. So when you come to sub 2, if you want to provide a construction that will mirror what obtains in 2.1, we still will have them. But we may not necessarily have to mention the enactments. We can only refer to the enactments mentioned in subsection 1 of Section 2, and any relevant enactment. I think that would be a better way of constructing it.
Yes, Honorable Minister of Hussein.
Mr. Speaker, in clause 2.2 is of a specific nature. Clause 1A and B are criminal acts, criminalizing conduct. So clause 2.1B is criminalizing a certain particular conduct which results in money laundering. Clause 2.1C is criminalizing conduct which culminates in anti-terrorism and terrorism. Clause 2.1A regulates the setting up of companies. This bill establishes a company. This bill is going to establish a company, and the only likely contravention with the provisions of the Companies Act will be this particular bill. That is why the requirement of primacy is set to 2, that where there is a conflict between this act and Companies Act, because they are virtually companies, this particular act will prevail. But there cannot be an inconsistency between this act and the Anti-Terrorism Act. There cannot be an inconsistency between this and Anti-Money Laundering Act. They cannot be. They cannot be. So that is why clause 2.2 is setting up only the Act and given primacy to this act.
That's fine.
No, because you see, you have directors, you have everything, which is a company, but bill can set up regulations different from Companies Act. And because this is a bill of a special nature, a specialized nature, where there is a conflict with a general provision establishing regulations for the formulation of a company, the specialized bill will take precedence. No, it is not sanction of terrorism or laundering. Money laundering will apply to this bill as it will apply to any company. Anti-terrorism will apply to this bill as it will apply to any company. So there cannot be a conflict. The only likely conflict it is between this act and the Companies Act, because this is company.
That's fine.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the rationalization provided by the honourable member for Tamale Central settles the issue, because the Speaker, some of the other relevant enactments out what you have stipulated here would include, for instance, the narcotics control commission that we have passed recently. One of the relevant enactments, which has not been listed here.
Yes.
But the Speaker, we are particularizing in the Companies Act 2019 because of this particular reason. I was not at the Finance Committee meeting. I think this rationalization, in my view, would settle the issue for us. I was looking at the plethora of enactments and how we're going to deal with them. So this justification, I believe, provides a better explanation as to why it is only the Companies Act that has been mentioned in 2.2. And I'm not only convinced, the Speaker, I'm persuaded by what he has said.
Yes, Chairman.
Speaker, only to remind the Majority Leader that he was with the Finance Committee when we considered this bill. Yes, the development fund. Yes, you were with the Finance Committee. At Alaji, you were there. Honorable Shaibu Mahama was there. The Honorable Bekasana. So, this, at the start of the consideration, you were not there.
Yes.
At the start of the consideration. No, I'm only saying this so that we are guided at widowing, that all of you were there.
I wasn't there at the time.
When we started, okay, so.
But is there a possibility that there can be a conflict between the Criminal and Other Offences Act and this particular act we are passing? Is there a possibility? There is no possibility. The Criminal and Other Offences Act, the provisions there and the provisions we are passing, there can be no opportunity of there being any conflict. Is that what you say? Yes, Honourable Member for Tamale Central.
Mr. Speaker, the remotest conflict with this bill in terms of the category of crimes that can be committed or likely to be committed under this bill will be in the sentencing regime.
It will be in the sentencing. But this bill will create offenses that add to the Criminal Offences Act, but limited to the establishments of this institution. So when an offense is created under this institution, which offense is similar in nature to an offense provided under the criminal code, what you need to do is to align the sentencing regime. If not, you will give...
Honorable Member, look at clause 115 on general penalty. A person who commits an offense under this act for which a penalty is not provided is liable on summary conviction. A, B, C. I believe we have a similar provision in the Criminal and Other Offences Act. Is that the case?
What this provision in 115 is saying is that this bill is creating offenses and prescribing penalties. But if in this bill there is an offense created in this bill, not in the Criminal and Other Offences Act, if in this bill there is an offense for which a penalty is not provided,
yes,
you don't go to the Criminal and Other Offences Act. You come to 115 and then you apply any of the penalties in 115 to that offense.
But you have to look at the offenses created by this act and see whether in the Criminal and Other Offences Act there are no offenses created. I'm not too sure. That's why I'm raising the issues, so that, you know, we clarify and be certain before I put the question. Yes, Chairman, Constitutional and Legal.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to state a general principle of law.
Yes.
Where, for instance, an offense is created into enactment and punishments are provided differently in those two enactments, particularly so with respect to possession of firearms. It's an offense under the Criminal and Other Offences Act, and it's also an offense under NRCD. So these are offenses that in two different enactments with two different sanction regimes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, what a prosecutor will have to do is to elect as to which of the enactments the prosecutor will want to prosecute the offending person under that enactment. But, Mr. Speaker, with particular reference to this one, where an offense is committed under this, I believe it will be out of ordinary for a prosecuting officer to go under any enactment apart from this one to have resort or recourse to prosecution. Definitely, the prosecuting officer will have to come under this enactment in order to prosecute the person. The provision you refer to, Mr. Speaker, just as the ranking stated, is a generic provision where in this bill no sanction regime has been provided for a specific offense. And this generic provision is saying that those generic provisions shall then apply. So, Mr. Speaker, to sum up, where an offense is created into an enactment, punishment regime are differently constituted. The prosecuting officer will just elect to go for either of the two enactments.
If the House is certain, I put the question. What the honourable member for Tamale Central has stated, and I hear the majority leader and chairman say they've been persuaded by his submission, is for us to retain the provision as it is. So the proposed amendment by the honourable member for that's Achampong, your proposed amendment is what we're debating. View of the submissions made by the honourable member for Tamale Central, are you still insisting or you reconsider your position?
Mr. Speaker, I have abandoned it. Yes. I'm inclined to go by his explanation.
Okay, so you withdraw your proposal?
It's duly withdrawn.
Thank you so much. And so I put the question on clause 2. Honourable members, the question is that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of it. Clause 3.
Development Finance Business.
Yes, Chairman, Roman 4. Sorry, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I got up before the question, but really, it's a minor thing that I believe the draft persons can attend to. And it relates to amendment proffered by the chairman with respect to 2.1. The closing phrase, and shall not. We should have inserted 2 commas, one after not, and one after act, so that it will read and shall not. And then we have these words in parentheses, except as otherwise provided in this act, derogates from the provisions of those enactments. So there are just 2 minor things.
Just to draw the attention of the draft person to that. You know, some people are comma shy when they are writing. Situations are always a difficulty to many. So the draft person should take care of that. Yeah, so clause 3, Roman 4 on the order paper. Chairman. Hey, it's only Minority Leader. Yes. Subclause 3, subclause 1.
Mr. Speaker, subclause 3, amendment proposed. Subclause
Sorry,
1.
clause 3, subclause 1.
Yeah, clause 3, subclause 1. Amendment proposed. Paragraph A, line 1. Before laws, insert Companies Act 2019, Act 992. Relevant. I so move.
Yes, motion moved is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Rasmussen.
Chairman, in this case, sorry, Mr. Speaker, in this case, we would have to delete laws. Once the House agrees to do the insertion, and the Speaker, is there?
You are proposing a new amendment?
Yes.
Let's deal with the proposed amendment first, then we can come to you. Well, he just wanted us to say that a body corporate registered under the Companies Act 2019, Act 992, and relevant laws of this country. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly would want to withdraw the proposed amendment. Mr. Speaker, Companies Act 2019, Act 992, and relevant laws are laws of the country.
Yes.
So I humbly would want to withdraw that.
Is that part of the authority they gave you? Is the authority to move or to withdraw? Well, honourable members, the honourable member has withdrawn the proposed amendment to 3 subclause 1. There is a second one still standing in the name of the minority leader to clause 3 subclause 1 again. You don't have his authority to move this one.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 3, amendment proposal, Clause 1, paragraph B, after Ghana adds as a development finance institution. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be a development finance activity prescribed by the Bank of Ghana as a development finance institution.
You read the clause 3, 1. Subject to this act, a person shall not carry on development business in the country unless that person is B, licensed by the Bank of Ghana. And you say we should add as a development finance institution. It's in the opening. As a lawyer, you know when you have a brief as a senior and it's not too good, you pass it on to the junior counsels to go and try their luck. Is that what has happened to you?
Mr. Speaker, rightly so. Mr. Speaker, I humbly withdraw this one.
Yes. Honourable, I think that one too is withdrawn. Now we go to Roman 6, and that is a proposed amendment standing in the name of the chairman of the committee.
Roman 6, clause 3, amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph A, lines 3 and 4. Delete under a national development so that 3.2a would read the provision of medium to long-term funding, short-term funding, and other credit enhancement structures to key sectors of the in a financially sustainable. Mr. Speaker, if we restrict this to national development plan policy, in as much as we don't have one, we are going to be constrained here.
You don't have a national development policy. It might not be in. One codified document, but at least as a country, we have a national development policy. We have.
Mr. Speaker, we have the NDPC that made some proposals in the last administration, but whether those proposals it was for a 40-year national development plan, but I'm afraid it's been abandoned. So we don't, on record, have a national development policy. Oh.
when you go to the provisions of the Constitution, it's clear that each president within 2 years is to submit something to this House for approval. But that is a development planning policy. It's only medium. It's only, they didn't say long term. They said a national development policy. Yes, but Ghana Beyond Aid has not yet come forward for approval. Yes. Majority, let me listen to majority.
I believe we can conveniently delete that phrase as proposed by the committee. Mr. Speaker, you remember that in crafting Petroleum Revenue Management Act, we were confronted with the same challenge, and then we said that until we have it, the Minister of Finance must submit some format to this House for approval.
Yes.
Which is what we have been doing.
It's not yet approved.
So, Mr. Speaker, I believe if we deleted it, it will not hurt a fly. We can move on.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, again, if even there's a national development policy, if even there is one, for purposes of this act, we don't want to restrict provision of medium to long-term funding with key sectors of economy that are under the National Development Plan. Indeed, there will be some financing or funding, short or medium term, that may not be under a National Development Plan. And so the restriction is what we are trying to avoid, to make it quite open-ended.
Honourable members, those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Chairman, we still have more.
Romans 7, clause 3, opposed, sub-clause 3, opening phrase in line 2, delete act, because in paragraphs A and B, we will further delete the opening word least to not less than, and then not more than in paragraphs A and B. So we want to delete at this stage.
Even if we are not deleting, the position of the act there is wrong. It can only be supported by.
Yeah. So delete at this stage.
Honourable members, those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Roman 8.
Mr. Speaker, Roman 8, clause 3, amendment proposed, sub-clause 3, paragraph A, in line 1, delete least, and insert not less than. And Mr. Speaker, though not advertised, there would be a similar amendment after this in paragraph B.
And the B will also be not less than.
In B, it will be not more than. We will delete most and insert not.
Honourable members, I take it that is moved. Roman 8 and the not advertised one. That is in B. So the two are moved together. Those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are carried. Yes, now you take Roman 9.
Mr. Speaker, 9, clause 3, amendment proposed, sub-clause 4, delete. Mr. Speaker, sub-clause 4 gives the Bank of Ghana to vary thresholds specified in subsection 3. We want to take that away from from the bank, not discretion away from the bank.
Honourable members, those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put on the whole of clause 3. And the question is that clause 3 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Role of Bank of Ghana.
We are now at Roman 10. There is a proposed amendment standing in the name of the minority leader to clause 4. It deals with clause 4 sub clause 4. Clause 4 sub clause 4 line 4. And he says before responsibilities set regulatory and supervisory. Anyway, he's not here to move it, so you are there to move on his behalf. Okay.
Chairman, counting the. Okay. Okay. No, I think it's fine. It's fine. Mr. Speaker, clause 4. Amendment proposed. Subclause 4, line 4. Before responsibilities, insert regulatory and supervisory. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be Bank of Ghana may authorize the heads of the supervisory structures or any other person to exercise the power and perform an act Bank of Ghana considers appropriate in order to discharge the regulatory and supervisory responsibilities of the Bank of Ghana under this Act. Mr. Speaker, so move.
What about the monitoring? The monitoring responsibilities, what happens to that one? If you are becoming specific, you are talking about only regulatory and supervisory. What about the monitoring? There are many responsibilities of the bank. That's why they couch it in that general. Anyway, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, this flows from 4.1. 4.1, which reads that the bank shall have overall regulatory and supervisory authority. Yes. So we can allow him one so far. Yes. Yeah, so far. So that's monitoring. No.
The 4.1 is Chairman. The 4.1 is restricting that to business of development finance institutions, and so it says shall have overall regulatory and supervisory authority in matters relating to the business of development finance institutions in the country. But the subclause 4, of general, the Bank of Ghana may authorize the heads of the supervisory structures or any other person to exercise a power and perform an act that the Bank of Ghana considers appropriate in order to discharge responsibilities of the Bank of Ghana under this Act. So it's not limited to regulatory and supervisory. It goes beyond that. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Bank of Ghana's function in dealing with banks, and for that matter, the development finance institutions in this case, the Bank of Ghana is a regulator. So
yes.
They have a regulatory function.
Yes.
And then what's due on a day-to-day basis is their supervisory function.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the Bank of Ghana has a banking supervision division whose head is being referenced in the 4.4. 4.4, that the heads of the supervisory structures at the bank. So
don't forget there's or any other person.
Or any other person is to say that if it is not the head per se, there could be a delegated, yes, or any other person that it could be any other person other than head of the banking supervision division.
In one sense, you are right, but this is to be beyond that one. Was and perform an act that the Bank of Ghana considers appropriate in order to discharge the responsibilities of the Bank of Ghana under this act. So it's not only limiting it to the regulatory and supervisory functions. The fact that clause 1 talks about regulatory and supervisory doesn't mean that it should run through all the other clauses, because the subtitle says role of Bank of Ghana, and so that is what you're talking about under clause 4. Yes, honourable member for Tamal Central.
Mr. Speaker, even though I hear from the majority leader that it flows from one. It flows from one. But one, it is important to look at the adjectival word there. Overall, it means that other institutions might have, but it is responsible. But when and I agree with you, your view about that, because when you look at C, unless of course they are necessarily important into the supervisory and jurisdiction of the Bank of Ghana, investigative and monitoring activities. Because 2B is more of monitoring to ensure compliance. 2C is dealing with the investigative powers of the Bank of Ghana over unlawful activities. The only way we can capture 2B in the amendment is if we agree that those exercises, the monitoring and investigative powers of the Bank of Ghana are in the supervisory and regulatory functions. If not, we leave it the way it is, because we cannot import into this provision in 4 into responsibilities all the actions that the Bank of Ghana can take in furtherance of 4.1. But if we limit it to that, we might have problems. I agree with you, we might have problems. The mover is not here, so I oppose the amendment.
Even if he had been here, you would have still opposed it. It's not because he's not here. Well, when we accept that, we are just limiting it only those 2 functions, and I fear. You want us to limit it. The committee chair supports it. You saw the proposed amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose it vehemently.
Oh, you have you oppose it. All right. So yes, I put the question.
Superior arguments.
Put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, while the one who move is not around to withdraw. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against the proposed amendment, say no. The noes have it. The proposed amendment is negated. So, I put the question on clause 4. The question is that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Licensing Authority of Ghana.
Clause 6.
Requirement for a license.
I put the question on the two clauses. And the question is that clauses 5 and 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 5 and 6 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Application for a license.
Roman 11, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, Roman 11, clause 7. Amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph B, line 3. After shareholders, insert beneficial owners.
Yes, Chairman. Chairman, you have to convince. You are calling on us to let them add the names, addresses, occupations, business, and professional history of beneficial owners. So your children and those, you have to add their names. Beneficial owners. It's quite a large listen. Yes, Honorable Member for Tamasen.
Mr. Speaker, under our obligations and the World Bank treaties, we have passed the beneficial ownership as an amendment to the Companies Code. But now, the beneficial ownership is now part of the new Companies Act. Here, the provision is trying to enhance transparency and fight corruption. So that's why there's a requirement. The Bank of Ghana demands from an applicant for a license the names, addresses, and all the other requirements of shareholders.
Yes.
Including those who will hide their shareholding under, we are adding that, under certain names.
Under what?
Names.
No. I'm not worried about that. But he's using the term beneficial.
Yes, so if a person hides his shares under a name, the beneficial owner's name should be disclosed. That's what we are saying here. So if someone is holding the shares in trust for another person, so the beneficial owner of that shares
is no owner.
Yes, he's a beneficial owner.
Owners?
Yes, maybe the S will go. It's a beneficial, or the S has been added because of shareholders.
I'm looking at the practicability of that. You see, because beneficial owners, it could be a large number of people. You see, and you have to put all their names, addresses, and this and that.
Mr. Speaker, we're just speaking because I was there when we were considering this. We saw that in registering for a license for a development finance company, there's a requirement to disclose the names of significant shareholders so that we know where the funds are coming from, who are behind it. It's also important that they disclose the respective values. So to know that that person's significant shares, we also want the values. Well, there was an omission. Beneficial owners can still hide development finance institutions to protect their interests. So we said that it is important that beneficial owners also disclose. The form discloses if there are beneficial owners.
I'm looking at the definition of beneficial at page 77. Yes. A beneficial owner means an individual, A, who directly or indirectly ultimately owns or exercises substantial control over a person or company. B, who has a substantial economic interest in or receives substantial economic benefits from a company, whether acting alone or together with other persons. Or C, who exercises significant control or influence over a legal person or legal arrangement through a formal or informal agreement. So you believe we can practicalize it? And so we will have to drop the S. Because of the shareholders, so it will also be beneficial owners. Well, the House is taking the decision, so I'll put the question. I'm not with you, but I'll put the question. Because you see the name, addresses, occupations, business and professional history, certified financial positions, and corporate affiliations of the significant shareholders, and you are adding beneficial owners. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Some people voted with their mouth and hands. Yes, Chairman, we still have another proposed amendment.
Mr. Speaker, in Roman 12, on
Roman 12.
20, clause 7, amendment proposed, sub-clause 8, line 5.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Before the chairman travels to 8, maybe you can have a final amendment to D, 7D. D.
Yes.
72D.
Yes.
The line 3, I believe we have to delete business, rather insert institution. The particulars of the proposed directors and key management personnel concerned with the management of the development finance institution, not finance business.
Majority Leader is also in the 72A.
72A,
line 4, on the development finance business. They've been using the business all over.
The development finance institution, but you can carry on development finance institution.
Mr. Speaker,
yes, sir.
This has to do with the management of the institution. It's not like in 2A. 2A says a certified true copy of the constitution of the company, other relevant instrument relating to the proposed institution. That is the body, the corporate body, the institution under which the person proposing to carry on a development finance business was established. In the context, that one is appropriate. Now, when you come to B, they are relating to the body, not the business, it's the body. So the particulars of the proposed director key management personnel concern the management of the development finance institution.
Yes, Chairman, you've heard the Majority Leader. What do you say to the proposed amendment? Yes, please.
No, the Majority Leader has a point. But in this particular D, business is not used as an entity. Business is used as an activity. Like a banking business. No, read it very well. You see, the particulars of the proposed directors and key management concerned with the management of the development finance.
I agree with Majority on this one.
Yes. Well, you said wrong. I will yield to him.
I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment to delete business in the clause 7, subclause 2D, line 3, and insert institution, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, now let's go to the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, in Roman 12 on page 20, clause 7. Welcome. Clause 7.
Is that Majority Leader?
Yes.
Oh.
Subclause 8 in line 5.
You have been bailed out.
Delete subsequently and insert shall within 3 months. So, Speaker, subsequently appears vague, and so we want to put a time to this. So shall within 3 months.
Honorable members, motion is for the consideration of the House. I put the question. Those in favor of those amendments, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. This one is being specific. Shall within 3 months, but they were just a subsequently, I put the question on the whole of clause 7. Which one? You are warming up. Let me put the question on clause 7. You are not in support. Yes, leader. Clause 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I was warming up because I had just requested for a copy of the bill from the table. Clause 7.1.
You are taking us back to clause 7.1. Let me put the question on the 8, then you can propose your amendment to 7.1.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, I've done that with 8. I was going to put the question on the whole of the clause. Then he stopped me, yes. So, clause 7.1, minority leader. Sorry?
The Speaker, did you put the question on 8?
I put the question.
He was going to.
I put the question on the proposed amendment by the chairman on subclause 8, which he said delete subsequently.
You were about to put the question.
There's a second one.
The minority leader then rose up. The minority leader rose up. So I thought he was going to proffer an amendment to the 7.8.
You want to?
I said when the minority leader got up, I thought he was going to proffer an amendment to 8, subsection 8 of section 7. But it ends up that he wanted to proffer an amendment to some subsections.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to know from the chairman why the Bank of Ghana requires 3 months. 3 months to form an applicant in writing of the decision of the bank. Why? It's 3 months, and I don't understand why they require as much as 3 months to inform the applicant of the decision of the bank. The Speaker, 8, if we should read, provides, despite paragraph B of subsection 7, where the Bank of Ghana determines that further investigation or information is required to process the application, the Bank of Ghana shall within 14 days after the 6-month period specified under paragraph B of subsection 7 notify the applicant and subsequently inform the applicant in writing of the decision of the Bank of Ghana. The Speaker, if they have to notify the applicant, why do they require another 3 months just to inform the applicant in writing of the decision of the bank? And that then will mean that their role will require more than 9.5 months. I don't think that is right. I would think that if they have to notify the applicants after the 14 days, the Speaker, they require not more than another 14 days to inform the applicants, which then will make it a total of 1 month. They don't require another 3 months just to notify the applicants.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, the bank would have notified the applicant anyway. And in the bill currently, it says the bank shall subsequently inform the applicant. We felt that the phrase subsequently is vague. It could take forever. And so why not limit it to 3 months? Now it says within 3 months. Having notified the applicant, why would it take another 3 months? Within 3 months. Because they would have notified the applicant. And so within 3 months, inform the applicant in writing, notified Having notified the applicant. Mr. Speaker, this would be an improvement of what pertains in the banks and specialized deposit taking, which from where they must have lifted over there, that subsequently applies. And we are saying that that is vague, and so put a time frame. The majority there is suggesting that 3 months is too long a time, but we are saying within. And having notified you, why would they take them 3 months? Within 3 months could be 2 days.
It can be 3 months.
But the subsequently, which was in the bill, could have been for.
You have to improve it. Yes, you have to improve it. You have to
Well, the way the chairman is looking at it is to notify the aunt of the decision of the bank, and then use 3 months to write the reasons behind the decision, and then pass that on to the listener. Maybe something like that. But let me listen to the chairman, Constitutional and Legal.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman on his first part of the proposed amendment that we should delete subsequently. Obviously, subsequently is vague. But if you read the concluding parts of Clause 8 and what the Bank of Ghana is required to do, Mr. Speaker, I think it is disproportionate for the Bank of Ghana to be given 3 months to just communicate a decision, to an applicant. So, Mr. Speaker, I will therefore agree with Leader with his proposed amendment that the 3-month period ought to be abridged. Because 3 months just to communicate a decision to an applicant, Mr. Speaker, is too much of a time. So I will want to propose that instead of 3 months, it should be given 2 weeks. Just as in 14 days in line 3, I believe 14 days in the 5th line, within which 14-day period within which the Bank of Ghana should communicate the decision to the applicant, Mr. Speaker, will suffice. But 3-month period is too long a period.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, even though I agree with the leader that 3 months will be too long a period of time, we need to understand the nature and character of development finance institutions. There are multilateral development finance institutions and there are bilateral development finance institutions. We are not just looking at the creation of a new type of an innovative bank. No, these are specialized financial institutions like the FMB Bank or even the Africa Development Bank. So to shorten the period, you need to allow the Bank of Ghana as a regulator to conduct due diligence to satisfy itself that indeed qualify to be a development finance institution. So whilst I may agree that 3 months is too long, we should make it a month. 30 days. Thank you.
30 days. Yes, Honorable Member.
I don't even think they need 30 days. Because 7.8 is saying that despite paragraph B of 7, which says that within 6 months of the receipt of an application, communicate the decision of the bank in writing to applicants.
So it is providing an addition. So that's why it's saying despite. Where the Bank of Ghana determines that further investigation or information is required to process the application. It's not a they need investigation to be conducted, due diligence if we want, or they need further information. This provision appears to give the Bank of Ghana the latitude to inform them orally that we need further information and follow that information up with a letter in writing. So that's why the word subsequently has been used. I agree that subsequently is at large. I agree. But they require very short to do that. Because they have already determined that and they have informed within 14 days after 6 months.
So 1 month.
30 days. 30 days. Well, okay, fine. But
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you read B very well, it says that the Bank of Ghana is giving 6 months. Yes, 7B. The Bank of Ghana is giving 6 months to take a decision on the application. And 8 is saying that where the bank thinks that there is a need for further investigation and information, the bank will be required to, within 2 weeks, the applicant, and then subsequent to that, or within 3 months, communicate their decision to the applicant. I think that the 3 months will be adequate because ordinarily, if you take 6 months, you would realize that a decision that will take the bank 6 months and they cannot resolve, it means that there may be a problem that require further investigation. And so if you give them 1 month, comparing a problem or an issue that they could not resolve within 6 months, and you give them just 1 month, they may not be able to resolve the difficulty. And so that is why I think that within 3 months gives the bank enough space to be able to work the issues out and then take a decision. And so to the extent that trying to limit or give a limitation to the bank to take a decision, I think that we need to give them some latitude. If you give them only 1 month, a decision that they couldn't take within 6 months, they may not be able to take within a month. So 6 months within 3 months should be adequate.
Honorable members, we have to break down that provision best to understand the import of the subsequently. First, the bank is to take 6 months. 6 months on receipt of an application to inform the applicant of the bank's decision. At the end of the 6 months, the bank takes a decision that there is a need for further investigation. And so the bank communicates that decision to the applicant that I need to do some further investigation or due diligence or whatever. You know, that is what is going to take time. And at the end of that, then you now inform the applicant in writing of your decision. That is after the investigation, after the due diligence and the rest. Whatever decision you've taken, you now inform the applicant. And you think that you can use 30 days to do the investigation, the due diligence. I think no. I think no. You are not dealing with just petty matters of investigation. This may involve some time. Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I think the confusion around this particular clause emanates from the fact that the thinking is that within the 14 days you give notice, and the notice can even be by way of telephone. So somebody may be thinking that it is the decision of notice that we are going to give, but that is not that. You have 6 months within which to take decision whether to grant the license or not to grant the license. But you need that information as a result of which you are not going to take the decision within the 6 months. Then within 14 days, you give the person notice that based on the further information that I need, I cannot give the decision within the 6 months. Then the law is saying that upon the further investigation, your decision, the decision of the Bank of Ghana, must be given within 3 months. So if you reduce it to 30 days, I believe strongly 30 days will be too short for that decision given. So we should go back the 3 months within which the decision would have to be given.
That is why, because of the lack of certainty, that's why they use the word subsequently. Because you cannot be certain as to when, if it is investigations, you conclude the investigation. So they decide to use the word subsequently. Oh, yes.
Mr. Speaker, so if you are changing the word subsequently in order not to let it be at large, we need to give Bank of Ghana adequate period in order to that further investigation to be able to give their decision. If you limit it to 30 days, the 30 days for further investigation, Mr. Speaker, I think it will be too short. So if you go by the 3 months within which they are to give the decision, if after 1 week they have finished, they can give the decision. The word is within 3 months. But if you limit it within 1 month, it means that if the further investigation will even have to go beyond 30 days, they will be limited and be forced to give the decision within the 30 days. So it should be within the 3 months. Once we have taken out subsequently, which gives them endless time to do so.
Let me listen to the lady. I'll come to leaders. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 8. It says after the 6 months specified, investigation or information is required to process the application. The Bank of Ghana shall within 14 days. Can we reduce that one to 7 days and then add that to maybe the 1 month and do it like 1.5 months? Because 3 months plus 6, that will be 9 months in all. And that can also go further in case there are issues. Because it's telling us over here that they will subsequently inform the applicant in writing within 3 months per what is suggested over here. So I think that we should rather informing should be 7 days and then we take it from there.
And we should reduce the 14 to 7 days.
I said the Bank of Ghana shall within 14 days after the 6 months specified under paragraph B of subsection 7 notify the applicant. Notification. 14 days. It's for me, I think it's too much. We should do it 7 days. Because this is just notification, right, Honorable Speaker?
Yes, Tama Central.
Let's go back to 7. The B. The whole of 7 is regulating decision on an application. The whole of 7. 7 says that the Bank of Ghana shall, within 10 days of the receipt of an application, acknowledge in writing the receipt of the application. So that is the first thing. The second thing, the second requirement is that within 6 months after the receipt of the application, communicate the decision of the Bank of Ghana in writing to the applicant. So that regulates receipt of application and decision of the bank. Okay? Now, in a situation where the Bank of Ghana cannot comply with 7B, what happens? Because they have 6 months, but they can't make a decision. That is why 8 is provided. That is why 8 is provided. Because if 8 is not provided, within 7 months, they must decision and communicate the decision. 8 is now accepting 7 from the rule. So if 8 is accepting 7 from the rule, so there is the need for further investigations. What happens? You will notify the person within 7 months, within 14 days after the 6-month period. So the 6-month period has lapsed. So you will notify the person within 14 days that you require further investigation. The notification need not be in writing, because that person requires a decision by a clause 7B. You should give a decision, but it has lapsed. That is why they say notify person. So the notification need not be in writing, that we need further investigation. This provision is saying that when you notify a person, you must subsequently follow it up in writing of the decision, because 6 months passed already. 6 months has passed already. So what 3 months are you given? You are only notifying them that you are not only communicating your notification in writing that you want further information. That is my understanding, because it's an exception to the rule in 8.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, what we are doing is part of the framework of governance that we want to provide, which will make our country investment friendly. We should know that it's part of that framework of governance to make your country investment friendly. Speaker, in that regard, we should know also that Ghana is not an island. We are in competition with countries even in the sub-region. So at the end of every consideration, we should pivot whatever consideration on the fact that we are not an island. We are in competition with other countries. The Speaker, so now a person, a body, submits an application for a license. And 7 provides that within 10 working days of the receipt of the application, you must acknowledge in writing the receipt of the application. And then within 6 months after the receipt, you are supposed to come with a decision after your own investigation. But in a particular or peculiar case, within that period, that is 10 days plus the 6 months, you've not come to a decision yet. You require additional information, or want to conclude an investigation that you are conducting. So, within 14 days, you are required to notify the person. If you require additional information, submit the information to me. If you want to conduct your investigation or conclude an investigation, you want to conclude it within a certain defined time. And we are saying that what is provided here in the bill is you still have a further 3 months. Speaker, 3 months plus 6 months plus 10 working days, about 9.5 months plus the 40, almost 10 months before you grant license. Speaker, to me, you don't want to make your country investment friendly. You don't want to make your country investment friendly. Mr. Speaker, so if you are conducting anything, there should be a limit to litigation and investigation, because some investigation could be interminable. In that case, you come to the decision that no, because I'm not in a position to conclude this. For the time being, you can't have it. Let the person know. Let the person know that no, I cannot grant you the license. It goes on interminably. You cannot do that. So, Mr. Speaker, that the 1 month additional period I've given is sufficient, except that we should tidy up, because the proposal from the committee was that we should delete subsequently and insert within 3 months. 3 months of what? Now we are saying it shall be done within 1 month. 1 month of what? So let's further collect. We'll say that despite paragraph B of subsection 7, where the Bank of Ghana determines that further investigation of information required to process the application, the Bank of Ghana shall, within 14 days after the 6-month period specified under paragraph B of subsection, notify the applicant, and shall, within 30 days at the expiry of the 14-day notification period, inform the applicant in writing. Inform the applicant in writing of the decision of the Bank of Ghana. What it means is that the 14-day notification period is over, has lapsed, and you have within 1 month to make a final decision. That's what it means. But if you leave it without further qualification, it's vague. And that would also be suspended. So let's further qualify that, so we are clear in our minds where the 30 days begins from. That is what provision that I've added. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Is the understanding by a couple of steps that must be addressed. When the notification is sent to the applicant, how many days has he got to send a reply? It's not there. It's not there in this. To send a reply. The applicant. No, if they require information, further information. No, look at it. The bank, where the bank determines that further investigation or information is required. Further information or information is required to process the application. So with the receipt of the further investigation happens. Yes, you need a close question. Yes.
Honourable members, can we flag this and move on? Yes, we'll come to your proposal, because you need to discuss this issue further. It's quite an important issue. I don't think that we are certain as to the report to give. So we should flag it and move on. At the winnowing stage, you can go at the winnowing to discuss it in detail, firm it up, and come back to the House. I'm sure I'm not very clear in my mind as to whether it should be 3 months or 30 days. I'm not too clear. Yes, Majority Leader, what do you say to that? This further consideration.
Mr. Speaker, that concept that I thought in this particular case,
you thought,
given the complexities, which we all appreciate, we could, for instance, Mr. Speaker, for instance, end the first section or the first part in line 5 after applicant, so that it will read, despite paragraph B of subsection 7, where the Bank of Ghana determines that fair investigation or information is required to process the application, the Bank of Ghana shall, and indeed the 14 days, as my Angela was saying, we could then bring it down to 7 days. 7 days after the 6 month specified in paragraph B of subsection 7, notify the applicant. Then we break it there. We stop there. Then we create another, which would then mean that the applicant, where information is required, shall within 7 days supply the information to the bank. Right. And then we come with a C. The bank shall within 30 days. 30 days. And then the decision will be made within 30 days. And I think if we broke it down that way,
clearly it needs further interrogation.
Yes,
so I will to you and your winnowing committee. Let me listen to Minority Leader, his proposal on 7 subclause 1.
May I speak on clause 7.1? The first line, with your leave and it, the words who six, that's straight English, not legal. When you are talking on the street, you can say who six. So if you read a person seeking to carry on, not who six, a person seeking to carry on a development finance business shall. So I so move. So I'm asking for the deletion of the words who seeks and substituted with seeking, a person seeking. Thank you.
The Minority Leader has moved a motion to amend clause 7 subclause 1 line 1 to delete who seeks and to insert seeking. The draft people will disagree with you. They will disagree with you. You realize that when you moved amendment to clause 1.1 to say the act shall apply, they said no, is the act applies to. So there's a new form of drafting, and the technical person is available, and she vehemently disagrees with you. Yes, so we let it go. But I won't put the question because of 8, subclause 8. So I move to clause 9. Table of his take note. We haven't done We haven't completed clause 7. So we go to clause 8.
Types of licenses.
There's a proposed amendment in the name of Chairman at Roman 13.
Mr. Speaker, clause 8 amendment proposed. Clause 2, line 1, delete may and insert shall. That the terms and conditions of a license shall be stated in the notice of approval of a license and shall be considered as part of the license for the purpose. Mr. Speaker, in the present circumstance, there are classes of license. There are 4 classes. And so the Bank of Ghana must state the terms and that's why we are changing the may to shall.
First one. 8-1. 8-1.
Is the approval, so the approval should state the terms and conditions. I say it's talking about the notice of approval of a license. And we are saying the notice of approval shall state the terms and conditions of the license.
Mr. Speaker, I move the amendment in 8.2, and the majority leader was drawing attention to 8.1, that over the concluding part may impose, might be problematic. So we have to put the question on 2 first, where the may is deleted and shall inserted.
I didn't get the import of your proposed amendment. Are you saying 8 subclause 1?
The amendment pertains to 8.2.
Yes.
And we will have to put the question on 8.2 before.
That's what I said. It's right.
Yes, that is what I was trying to get clarification on. The majority leader said.
No, he was referencing 8.1.
8.1.
But we first have to put the question on 8.2. And then if he wishes to move the amendment in 8, we'll do that one too.
Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman, may, in line 1 of subclause 2, and it said shall, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave and indulgence, 8.1 and even the head notes, are we talking class of licenses or types of licenses? But even more importantly, when you go into the body, you find terms and conditions is what this particular clause is about. So if you want to say terms and conditions of class of license, in my view, that would be more acceptable to convey the tone of 8, not types of license. Because if you look at 8.1, terms and conditions, 8.2, terms and conditions, before you come to 8.3, class of licenses. Then, Mr. Speaker, I'm still indulging you. When you come to subclause 4, after defining class 1 as development finance license, to make it more elegant, you don't need to repeat development finance again. You just say class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4. You don't need to repeat the development finance each line. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, the head note.
Yes.
The head note. If we want it to be all-encompassing, we may have to, because really, even though it mentions the terms and conditions of license, the terms are not stated here. They're not stated. They will be prescribed by the Bank of Ghana. But it really relates to the class. You can't just say a license issued under this act shall be designated as class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4. In that case, you have to import the word development finance license. Yes, so that it will read a development finance license issued under this act shall be designated as class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4. That would be a better construct. But I appreciate the principle. If we don't have to repeat development finance, so we lift up development finance to the preamble of 3, so that it will read a development finance license issued under this shall be designated as A, class 2, class 3, class 4. Mr. Speaker, but first, the word impose in 8.1, we may rather delete and either prescribe or stipulate, prescribe or determine. Any of it. Because the imposition would make it appear as if it's true. It will be imposed at the instance and behest of the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that that word is born in the Banks and Specialized Deposit Taking Institutions Act. Yes. Yes. Because so I think rather the Bank of Ghana determines the terms and conditions. Even though it's in the previous act, I think the word is too blunt. Yes. So determine. Yes. Instead of impose. Impose is too whimsical.
Only London. Every certificate that's a permit has terms and conditions imposed on the license. A violation of those terms and conditions imposed will lead to a revocation of that license. Every license, which is a permit, otherwise it's not a license. Every permit you impose terms and conditions on them. So Chairman, they're not issued, they're imposed. Your driver's license, you can only drive a vehicle of a certain capacity. Restriction imposed on the license, not prescribed. It's imposed on the license. So if you drive beyond that capacity, you have violated the terms of your license. Be withdrawn. The mining lease imposes restrictions on them. If you violate the imposition of those restrictions, the license is revoked. But I'm just saying that impose on them. Yes, so they determine it and impose it on the license.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, a number of Mr. Speaker, amendments have been.
No, we are looking at subclause 1.
Subclause 1. Mr. Speaker, I wanted.
They haven't agreed as to whether it's imposed or determined.
Mr. Speaker, let's leave it as it is. Imposed.
Imposed.
Yes.
All right. So we move to subclause 3.
Mr. Speaker, I would again urge the minority leader and the majority leader not to take out government finance in the classes into the preamble, because if you go further to 4, you will see that these are named as such: Class 1 development license, and it is defined. Class 2 development finance license. So let's also leave the 3 as it is.
So I put a question on clause 8. And the question is that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes, the amendment, the ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Diminishing returns. Diminishing returns. I am minded to adjourn. Honorable members, we've come to the end of the consideration stage of the Development Finance Institutions Bill 2020 for today. Which one? Who is that late? C. Honorable members, we'll go back to page 2 of the order paper. Presentation of papers. Item 4, presentation of papers. 4C, by the chairman of the Committee of Defense and Interior. Report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2020.
Report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2020.
Report is accordingly for distribution to members of the House. Honorable members, the House is adjourned Tuesday, 11th August 2020 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.